team, this is Chief of Security Blanchard. Are you a sight for sore eyes? I've been holed up in the mansion since yesterday trying to organize a containment response. Now that you're here, let's lock down that AO. I'll track body cams and coordinate. Scientists unaccounted for, last seen in town. Locating and extracting them is now your top priority.
Blowing their brains out is muy efectivo. My money's worth. Not that you care.
contracts it has canceled on its website, itemizing what it says is $16 billion in savings in what it calls a wall of receipts. Yet an investigation by the New York Times found almost half of those line item savings could be attributed to a single $8 billion contract for the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Furthermore, according to the paper, it appears that the Doge list vastly overstated the actual intended value of that contract. A closer scrutiny of a federal database shows that a recent version of the contract was for $8 million and not $8 billion. In addition,
okay.
it's kind of a,
so this
is
is
that a
Dr.
typo?
Evil stuff. Yeah.
I think it's a typo.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
$1 billion. All right.
In addition, the Times notes that since $2.5 million had already been spent on the contract, it's likely that canceling it saved $5.5 million at most. A spokeswoman.
Okay, so instead of $8 billion, instead of $8 billion, it's a $5.5 million. Okay, got it.
Right, and a spokeswoman for Doge did not respond to the paper's request to explain their accounting. Joining us now, former Biden White House infrastructure coordinator and former Democratic mayor of New Orleans, Mitch Landrieu. He is co-chair of American Bridge, a Democratic political organization. Also with us, the president of the National Action Network and host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, Reverend Al Sharpton. Also with us, MSNBC contributor Mike Barnicle's here, Joe. He showed up.
All right. This is exciting, man. We got everybody we need. Let's start with Mitch. Hey, so you understand, as Ross Perot would say, where the rubber hits the road, where we can talk sort of generally, theoretically about government cuts. And we can talk generally, theoretically about waste, fraud, and abuse. And we all want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. We've spent our lives, I know you have too, trying to find it and get rid of it. But then you talk about these random cuts where, as somebody said, you measure once, you cut 2, 3, 4 times, and suddenly people are really, working Americans are.
When it comes to questions about who is the administrator of Doge, actually, do you believe that's an important question to have the answer to?
No, the issue is that he's technically the administrator who has it happen. Elon Musk is clearly running the show, wealthiest person in the world, has enormous conflicts of interests, who is helping to fund right-wing extremist organizations all over the world, who is looking forward to getting massive tax breaks from Congress. He's running the show.
So he's technically, if he's running the show, but not on paper, as they essentially argue, but you say in practice, he basically is your opposable branch of government as a senator on
Always. I kind of thought so, but I think you have to explain that to the president.
Do you feel that you have oversight when it comes to what Elon Musk is doing?
Look, what we're seeing right now, Caitlin, is it's a very dangerous moment. I'm laughing here, but it is not funny. This country is moving very rapidly under Trump into an authoritarian form of society. The founding fathers, way back in the 1770s, these were nobody's fools. And when they had fought the King of England, an autocrat, had all the power, they said, you know what? We don't want that in the new country. We're going to set up 3 separate equal branches of government. Every kid in the 6th grade knows who they are. But Trump does not. What Trump is doing now is trying every day to usurp the powers of Congress, to challenge the powers of the court. It is a very dangerous moment.
Well, the question, though, when it comes to what this looks like, is we haven't seen a ton of resistance from Capitol Hill, and we have seen some efforts in the courts. These Democratic attorneys general stepped in, but today a federal judge here, Tanya Chutkan, she's well known to our audience from the Trump trials, she declined to block Musk and his team from getting access because she basically said she wasn't getting specific enough examples from these AGs about how Musk could cause irreparable harm to their estate. And if they can't prove that in court, what does that say?
Well, I'll tell you what I happen to do. At the end of the day, the struggle against Trump, the struggle against oligarchy, which is led by Elon Musk, the struggle against authoritarianism, the fight to make sure that the working class of this country gets a fair shake. That is not going to be won here in Capitol Hill. It's going to be won by millions of people all over this country standing up and saying, you know what, we fought and died for democracy. We're not going to move to authoritarianism. We fought to create a country that works for all, not just the billionaire class. That's the struggle I'm going to be active in trying to rally the American people to do just that.
Well, and you're embarking on this tour to combat this. At the national tour, you're starting in Nebraska and Iowa. How do you break through to people, though? There are some people, Trump voters, who are even independent voters, who like what Elon Musk is doing and say, yeah, the federal government does spend too much money and it is too bloated.
And the truth is, the federal government is a bureaucracy. We have to acknowledge that. The federal government perfect, far from it. Do we need to bring about reforms? Absolutely. But let us be clear what these guys really want to do. Do you think that Elon Musk is staying up night just worrying about excessive spending in the CDC? I don't think so. At the end of the day, what these guys want and what Trump wants is to cut programs that working class people need. They're talking, the House Budget Committee released their report, their budget, $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid. Do you know what that means? It's not only that millions of people, kids, are going to be thrown off the health insurance they have, devastating to nursing homes, 40% of the revenue coming into community health centers, 30 million people get their health care in community health centers. That's coming from Medicaid. You cut Medicaid, you're going to dismantle an already broken health care system. What are they going to do with that money? They're going to give it the tax breaks for the richest.
Welcome back. It's time now for the Word on Wall Street. Top investors watching your money. Joining me now is Amerivet Securities head of U.S. rates, Gregory Farinello. Also with us is Adam Johnson this morning. Greg, thank you so much for joining the conversation. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning, Maria.
So President Trump signed an executive order yesterday seeking White House control over independent government agencies, including the Federal Election Commission, the FCC, and the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the FTC, Federal Trade Commission. These agencies must now submit major regulations to the White House Office of Management and Budget for review before putting them in the Federal Register. The Wall Street Journal noting that the Federal Reserve's handling of interest rate policy will be exempt from this order, but will call for oversight of the Fed's other responsibilities, including regulating and supervising banks. We all know how President Trump feels about deregulation and putting new rules and regulations in place, and he is playing this out with this new executive order. Your reaction?
Sure. No, I read the executive order. I was obviously happy to, and not surprised that he carved out, with regard to the Fed, the notion of monetary policy. But if you read the executive order, it is certainly, in my opinion, within the spirit of what this president is trying to do, what he's been elected to do. He references the Constitution, the executive branch, and he is the head of the executive branch. So, even independent agencies over time, which we know under other administrations have gone off and perhaps had agendas of their own in terms of what they're trying to do relative to holistically what the government is trying to do. And that's a problem. That's a problem with moving things forward. So having oversight over, or some sort of oversight or communication with independent agencies, in my view, is not a problem. With regard to the Fed specifically, mandated by Dodd-Frank, we have a supervisory chairman. Randy Quarles was the first one. Michael Barr was the most recent one. Mr. Barr resigned when the president was elected, and he'll stay on as a Fed governor. And now the president has an opportunity to appoint a new supervisory chairman with the approval of the Senate.
Yeah.
Practically, I think it's fair to say that he's probably going to choose someone that aligns with him.
Sure.
And even if you listen to Chair Powell's testimony on the Hill recently, they seem to be aligned in terms of looking at some of these bank regulations, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but Greg, I'm reading a TD Cowen note this morning, and the analyst there says, we expect a legal challenge to these orders. It is why a judge could block them in the near term in a case advances to the Supreme Court on the extent of the president's power. There's a risk to financial firms of this White House directive, as we expect advocacy groups will argue the White House order invalidates rule changes that were subject to improper review by King Trump.
I am of the opinion that the president is comfortable in that vein. I think he's comfortable in terms of testing the waters. I think he's also comfortable with the fact that some of what he's doing now, not just with regard to this executive order, will wind up in the courts and will play itself out. So it's going to be bumpy.
Yeah.
It's certainly going to be a little messy. We're trying to do a lot at the same time. But I think the president is comfortable in that vein. And I think markets and institutions need to get used to the fact that this is going to be the way forward, at least in the short term.
Yeah, we'll see if it creates litigation. U.S. President Trump keeps pushing for a quick peace deal to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and he's hitting back at Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky for complaining Ukraine doesn't have a seat at the negotiating table.
We weren't invited. We've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it. You should have never started it. You could have made the deal.
In stating that Ukraine started Russia's war, Trump echoes the Kremlin's justification for the invasion very nearly exactly 3 years ago. This morning, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is praising Trump, saying the U.S. president's remarks show he understands Russia's position. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio calls yesterday's face-to-face talks with Lavrov a key first step in the peace process. Both sides will now appoint mediators for the next round of negotiations. Trump's U.S. envoy for Ukraine is in Kiev today, meeting with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and Anna Cunningham is reporting on that for us out of our bureau in London today. President Zelensky, Anna, has responded this morning to Donald Trump's remarks. What is he saying?
Well, Heather, I think that's a very clear takeaway from his remarks this morning. He said that President Trump was living in a disinformation bubble. Now, he was speaking in Ukrainian, and we have subtitled it. Take a look.
На жаль, президент Трамп з великою повагою до нього відноситься до лідера народу, який ми дуже поважаємо, американський народ, і нас постійно підтримує. На жаль, живе в цьому дезінформаційному просторі.
So, talking about President Trump living in a disinformation space, President Zelensky referenced comments about his own approval ratings, claims that they were at 4%. Well, he said that is Russian disinformation. He did say he wouldn't normally talk about his own popularity, but he said it's actually 58%, and if anyone wants to replace him right now, it won't work. Heather, in terms of that meeting yesterday between US and Russian officials, President Zelensky said the US is helping Putin to end his isolation. He did say that he would like President Trump's team to have more truth about Ukraine. I think we can expect this to be discussed with President Trump's special envoy, retired Lieutenant General Kellogg, which he said rising truth this morning. He was asked questions the moment he got down off that train from Poland. Take a listen to his response.
We understand the need to visit the possibility of this nation and the potential of this nation to us. And we're going to, part of my mission is to sit and listen and say, hey, what are your concerns?
There are multiple things going on at the moment as Keith Kellogg visits. We know, obviously, Ukraine glaringly absent from the table of those talks between the US and Russia. Yesterday, overnight, Heather, Russian drone attacks again seen in the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa. We understand there's been a power outage for some 160,000 people there. Remember, it's sub-zero temperatures at the moment. The EU this morning has agreed a 16th package of sanctions against Russia. And then we go to Paris later because President Macron is going to be hosting a second summit there. It's EU leaders. We have had it confirmed that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is going to be attending that meeting virtually. Canada, we know, has already said it needs to be part of conversations linked to more Canadians being involved in protecting Ukraine. Heather.
Anna, thank you very much.
Did everybody see that? Please saw that.
U.S. and Russia laying the groundwork to end the war in Ukraine after talks in Saudi Arabia yesterday. The agreement calls for including appointing high-level teams to begin talks, discuss economic diplomatic outcomes, and restaff the nation's two embassies. Secretary of State Marco Rubio stressing this is just the beginning of finding a solution acceptable to all sides. One major sticking point includes new presidential elections in Ukraine. Here's President Trump on that.
We have a situation where we haven't had elections in Ukraine, where we have martial law, essentially martial law in Ukraine, where the leader in Ukraine, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating. And where a country is going to belong to smithereens. And I like him personally. It's fine. But I don't care about personally. I care about getting the job done. You have leadership now that's allowed a war to go on that should have never even happened, even without the United States.
Trump says he could meet with Vladimir Putin, but before the end of February. Joining me now is the head of the Global Magnitsky Justice Campaign, the CEO of Hermitage Capital Management, Mr. Bill Browder. Bill, it's good to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here. You've had plenty of run-ins with Vladimir Putin. Give us your reaction to all of this.
Well, my run-ins with Vladimir Putin was he murdered my lawyer, Sergei Magnitsky, and a bunch of other people, and he's been chasing me around the world ever since with death threats and so on. And so I know Vladimir Putin very well. He's a very bad guy, a man who shouldn't be trusted. And so when I'm watching this whole thing playing itself out, I'm thinking to myself that we need to be more supportive of Ukraine, who are the victims, and a little bit less chummy with Putin, who is the aggressor in this whole situation. I find that at the end of the day, Putin can end this war right this minute by just stopping. That's the thing. Ukraine is defending, Putin's attacking, and we could stop. And so that's what we should be pushing for.
Yeah, it's a great point that you make, and it certainly felt in those comments from President Trump that he was more critical of Zelensky, certainly noting his lack of popularity with that 4% number in terms of potential for elections.
But that number comes out of thin air. There's no 4% number. Zelensky's got a 52% approval rating, not a 4% approval rating. They're under attack. The reason they have martial law is because as the country's been invaded, they have airstrikes every day from Russia. I think it's highly unfair for him to be critical of the victim. He should be critical of the person who's launching the airstrikes.
And certainly when you think about, approval for Vladimir Putin, I mean, what are you going to say when you get the phone call? What do you think of Vladimir Putin? You better say you love him. So I don't think anything on the Russia side either in terms of approval of Vladimir Putin. But what's your take on Ukraine not even being part of that peace talk yesterday? I mean, President Trump has made the point, look, he's been part of the talks for 3 years, but Zelensky makes the point that he wasn't at the table in Saudi Arabia, and he says he's not going to accept any outcome without being part of the talks. And here's what President Trump said about that. Watch.
They've had a seat for 3 years, and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago. Without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their side.
What do you think, Bill? Zelensky later canceled his own scheduled visit to Saudi Arabia following the talks.
Well, it's the whole thing again is Putin invaded Ukraine. Putin thought he was going to win in 3 days, and he didn't. And why didn't he win in 3 days? Because the Ukrainians bravely fought back, and they said, "We don't want you to invade our country. We don't want you to kill our men, rape our women, and kidnap our children." This was not a time for negotiation. This was a time for them to defend themselves. And so there was no chance for any negotiation to happen. This was a brutal dictatorship invading a peaceful neighbor who didn't want to be invaded. And so I think President Trump would be very unfair to Vladimir Zelensky. It pains me to see him saying these things. I think that he should be supporting the victim in this thing, the democratically elected victim. Vladimir Putin has been a dictator for 25 years. He's taken over Georgia. He's carpet bombed Syria. He's done all sorts of terrible things. I mean, we need to understand who the good guys are and who the bad guys here. Ukraine is the good guys and Putin is the bad guy.
But, you know, Americans are frustrated with all of the hundreds of billions of dollars having been sent to Ukraine with no end in sight. I mean, what would you advise? Officials have discussed economic sanctions placed on Russia by the Biden administration at the start of the war. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio on that. Watch this.
There are sanctions that were imposed as a result of this conflict. And so I would say to you that in order to bring an end to any conflict, there has to be concessions made by all sides. And there are other parties that have sanctions. The European Union is going to have to be at the table at some point because they have sanctions.
What happens if those sanctions are removed, Bill? How do you see this playing out?
Not it would be a disaster if the sanctions are removed. The sanctions are putting pressure on Putin to put economic pressure on him, which he obviously doesn't like. I've got a solution for this whole thing, which I think President Trump would like, which is that when the war first started, we, meaning the United States, the European Union, UK, etc., froze $300 billion of Russian central bank reserves. That money is sitting in the West. And to the extent that everybody is upset with the cost of this war, and that's a justified feeling, why don't we, in order to continue to help Ukraine, why don't we take the money from Vladimir Putin, the $300 billion, and use that to fund their defense, fund the Ukrainians' defense? And by the way, guess where that money will be spent? It'll be spent on U.S. defense manufacturers. So it's like a win-win-win. Ukraine gets the money to defend themselves. We don't spend any more money. Vladimir Putin pays for it. And the U.S. companies make a lot of money. How could Donald Trump not like that?
And you know that Russia's not going to like that. But what are your thoughts on what the president has put together in terms of the rare earth minerals in Ukraine? There are some key conditions for continued support for Ukraine. According to sources in this, Ukraine must transfer 50% of all revenues from resource extraction licenses to the United States. The Investment Fund for Reconstruction will have exclusive powers to issue and manage licenses for that resource extraction. The U.S. will have the right of first refusal to purchase any minerals exported before Ukraine can sell them to other countries. Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, it further reads, and this is to pay back some exaggerated number that everybody thinks the United States will give Ukraine. So this is not for the future of Ukraine. This is to pay back what the United States gave before. And what I'll say is that, first of all, this is like war reparations from Ukraine, who's the victim. Russia should be handing over their natural resources for all the money that we've spent, not Ukraine. Ukraine needs to rebuild. They need to defend themselves. To punish Ukraine for the military aid that we've given them before seems like, a highly unsympathetic position. And I'm not being in any way partisan here. I took the Munich Security Conference last weekend, and I was meeting with Democrat senators and Republican senators, and there's no difference in the position on supporting Ukraine. Ukraine are the victims here. Putin is the criminal here, and that's how we have to look at this whole thing.
Yeah, and Russia is being supported now by China.
Russia's being supported by China, Russia's being supported by Iran,
yeah,
and Russia's being supported by North Korea. In fact, this is the league of bad guys, and we are the good guys. We should be siding with the good guys.
You want to say anything about Magnitsky, your lawyer, who was murdered by Vladimir Putin, and where you are today in terms of Putin trying to hunt you down? Are you still afraid for your own life?
Absolutely. So in 2009, my lawyer, Sergei Magnitsky, was murdered after uncovering a corruption scheme in which Vladimir Putin was a personal beneficiary. He was murdered. I wasn't going to accept his murder, and I launched a campaign to get justice for him. And the campaign led to something called the Magnitsky Act, which was passed in the United States in 2012.
Yes.
It's been passed in Canada, UK, Australia, etc., EU. There are 35 countries that have it, and this is the legislation which has led to the freezing of all these assets around the world. So Putin really doesn't like me because he values his money, and I was responsible for freezing a lot of it. And that's how we have to deal with Vladimir Putin. Not be nice to him, be tough with him.
Yep, Bill, all fair points. Great to see you this morning, sir. Thank you.
$40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. $42 million for Johns Hopkins, great place to research and drive social and behavior change in Uganda. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcisions. $21 million for voter turnout in India. Why are we giving $21 million to India? They're one of the highest taxing countries in the world in terms of wealth. $20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal. Listen to these numbers. This is all fraud.
President Trump listing just some of the wasteful government spending found by the Department of Government Efficiency. An Obama-appointed federal judge has now rejected the Democrat-led effort to block Doge's access to government data, also blocking them from firing federal employees as well, all things the Democrats are trying to stop. Doge, so far, has identified a savings of more than $55 billion. Elon Musk floating the idea of a Doge dividend to Trump, which would give taxpayers a $5,000 check funded by Doge's savings. The White House, meanwhile, clarifying Elon Musk's role in all of this, stating in the profiling that Elon Musk is not part of Doge and is instead a White House advisor. Trump and Musk discussed working together last night on Hannity's Watch.
So he's your tech support. I actually am tech support. I am tech support, though. But that's
he's a leader.
I mean, I haven't asked the president for anything ever.
And it's going to come up how we handle it.
Well, you won't be involved.
Yeah, I'll recuse myself if it is.
If there's a conflict, you won't be involved.
Joining me now is North Carolina Congressman, House Budget Committee member Tim Moore. Congressman, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. What's your reaction to President Trump and Elon Musk last night?
Well, I think the president nailed it exactly correct. I mean, can you imagine one of the smartest individuals in our country's history, very successful, done so much for space exploration, for electric vehicles, and he's volunteering his time to come in and help the government improve efficiencies. Can you name a CEO of a corporation from large to small that would not, just be thrilled to have someone of this caliber come in and offer to assist? And I think it just shows the president's commitment to trying to identify the best talent out there to turn this country around.
Right.
And, I think it finally made it clear, that about the special advisor role. I'm applauding his efforts with the president.
Well, it's pretty incredible, the numbers that we're actually seeing now as Doge has identified all of this wasteful spending. How does this happen? You just have automatic checks going out?
That's one of the questions that I have. I'm a new member of Congress, and one of the questions that I'm asking is, how did this mess even happen in the first place? I helped write state budgets in North Carolina for 14 years, and one of the easiest things to do is to look for waste, fraud, and abuse. Sometimes it's difficult to find it, though, and it's great that this group is really digging in with a lot of new technology to find it. I've heard some data out there as well that, there's $4 trillion that they don't know where it went. I mean, it's shocking how much money is being wasted.
Yeah.
And with the amount of money that's taken from Americans in taxes, we owe it to them. We owe it to the American taxpayers to make sure every dollar is spent wisely.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a great opportunity we have right now.
Yeah, and it's not just the Biden administration. This has been going on years. It's just automatic checks going out to groups and places that, in retrospect, you have to rethink. Why would we ever do that? Meanwhile, let's talk about President Trump's new threats of tariffs on the imports of cars, drugs, and semiconductor chips. Watch this.
Have you decided specifically what the auto tariff rate should be?
Yeah, I probably will tell you that on April 2nd, but it'll be in the neighborhood of 25%.
What about semiconductors and pharmaceuticals?
It'll be 25% and higher, and it'll go very substantially higher over the course of the year. So we want to give them time to come in because, as you know, when they come into the United States, when they have their plant or factory here, there is no tariff.
Congressman, your thoughts on these tariffs and the impact on the economy?
Well, first, on the broader picture, I do think it's important that there's a focus on America producing more goods than we do. We produce, of course, a lot. We're the economic powerhouse of the world. But there's a lot of things that we've moved offshore and that we rely on other countries. Your previous segment talked, for example, about semiconductors. And I mean, we need to make sure we're expanding as much domestic production as we can, because from a national security standpoint, you don't want to be in a position where your enemies particularly can hold you hostage. But I think the tariffs are a way to signal that the United States is tired of being
dealt with unfair trade policies. The other side of it that some of the media don't want to talk about are the high tariffs that other countries already charge the United States from everything from produce to commodities to automobiles, motorcycles were mentioned, aircraft, and so I think insisting on fair trade is very important.
Yeah, sure. And that's what the president keeps reiterating. Where are you and your colleagues on the budget issue? Senate Majority Leader John Thune announced a vote this week on the Senate's $345 billion budget resolution to boost border security in the military. But this bill is competing with the House's plan to cover all of the president's agenda items in one big bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson posted this on X. The House budget resolution implements President Trump's full America First agenda, not just parts of it, with promises to come back later for the rest. We remain laser focused on sending our bill to President Trump's desk to secure the border, keep taxes low, restore American energy dominance, strengthen America's military, and make government work better for all Americans.
In other news, we were all up late last night, and you might have been too, watching Sean Hannity's exclusive interview with Elon and with President Trump. You know that they're working on Doin together, saving up a lot of money. They're saying about $55 billion. $55 billion they've saved so far, and that's just in the first month. Here's a picture from that.
I think the way things is like I'm a technologist, and I think technologies that are good for and sure. Yeah, and that's why I went into I'm here to provide the passengers with technology support. And that may seem like, well, is that a silly thing? But actually, it's a very important thing because the president will make these executive orders, which are very sensible and good for the country, but then they don't get implemented. One of the biggest functions of the Doge 3 is just making sure that the presidential executive orders are actually carried out. And this is, I just want to point out, this is a very important thing because the president is the elected representative of the people. So it's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then we live in this bureaucracy and not in democracy.
Right, but beautiful executive, and you sign it, and you assume it's going to be done by that. What he does is he takes it, and with his other students, he does a very brilliant young people working for him that dress much worse than him, actually. Yeah. They dress in just t-shirts. We don't have 180 so he needs tech support. I'm suspecting I'm textbook. I'm textbook, but that's a leader.
It's a leader, and these companies have been leaders in software development as well. And one of the things that President Trump signed yesterday was about the Software Modernization Initiative. And that is something that the federal government has needed for a while. I mean, how many times have we heard in the last week or two when Elon Musk has talked about, there are a bunch of, according to the Social Security database, there are a bunch of 150-year-old people who would be eligible for Social Security. It's simply because the way the federal government technology is set up, it's antiquated, and it's time to get to 2025 rather than using systems that date back into the 80s.
Yeah, so they're both talking about the roles they're going to play, and what he's doing too is cleaning out every division. Now he's focused on the IRS. He just got off of education, and he's going to be jumping into the Pentagon. So hopefully everyone understands you got to go. What he does with his organization, he'll fly in and they'll say, "Hey, we're going to get space time with the CEO." Average time you describe what you're doing, a lot of people get raises on the spot. A lot of people say, "I'm going to let you go." He will let you go right there. So that is drawing a lot of the federal workforce. And this was one lighter moment from their exchange that people are taking serious as if Donald Trump was doing someone slaughter. Watch. I wanted to find somebody smarter than him. I searched all over. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't really try hard. I couldn't find anyone smarter, right? So we had it for the country. But this is the thing. We settled it before that time. So
I'm just trying to use this here. I think President Trump is a good man, and he's,
I said that's the way he said that, didn't I? It's not very nice of you.
No, he is. Just, the president's been so unfairly attacked in the media, just for reality. And at this point, I spent a lot of time, and not once have I seen something that was mean or cruel or wrong.
No, I've known him for 30 years. Yeah. And I've never seen anybody hate
as much as he's taken.
Yeah.
And we've discussed this, and I'm like, how do you deal with it? Well, you would say that to me. I'm like, well, see all I gotta do is worry about it, and and then culminating into assassination attempts, which resulted in.
Well, that's going to do that. That was a big event. Yeah.
The day of the assassination, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's bad enough, but I was going to do it anyway.
I mean, it is true. There's so much that's happened under Trump's tenure, even before he ran. I mean, it was just months ago. Ainsley, you and I were here on was it Sunday or Saturday, covering his first assassination attempt. And I think there was something to Elon saying, I think you're a good man. If you hadn't asked him to be anything ethical or anything like that, you're trying to serve the American people. And when you get to the bottom of Joe and this relationship with Elon Musk, this should be no surprise to anyone. He campaigned on it. He said he was going to send Elon in here. I guess we should only be surprised that it's working, but in the amount of waste that he's found, but we shouldn't be surprised that it's happening.
I thought the interview really humanized them. I liked when they were laughing together. They seemed very relaxed with each other. But they're actually just doing exactly what he promised when he ran. And Democrats have gone on the same message to save Americans money, to get rid of all the waste, but they never did it. So Donald Trump comes into office and he exposes how much money is being spent on DEI programs, how much we're giving to other countries, wasteful spending. So it's not a constitutional crisis when you're saving Americans money, and it's becoming more clear what the Democrats were doing. And this is not a hard sell. They're saving $55 billion, and then Elon is showing an interest in the idea that would guarantee a $5,000 payment to every American, the Doge dividend.
With $2 trillion over budget, he's got to get to the point where he's got to cut $1 trillion. It definitely hurts. But if you explain to people what you're doing in the big picture, that the number of expenditures on our country, and not on jet, everyone understands that. You don't take out you're spending 15 years just paying off the interest on your mortgage. And sometimes, I know I did, you have situations where you have credit card debt, and a lot of your money goes to paying the minimum payments. You can't get out. That's the mindset. So if the president could just put together and I think probably get along with it, but a call on whiteboard, just say, here's the expenditures, here's our record revenue, and here's the income. It's not always shut. You got Elon Musk, who's the richest man in the world, so he can't be bought. You got President of the United States that this is it for. He doesn't need to be reelected. All of the rest of the people in Congress knew that we needed all the former presidents. They okayed the money. They knew this also, but they're too cowardly because no one wants to be the bad guy. Right. You got two people that are okay with being the bad guy. Well, here's the thing. Ultimately, I know the Democrats' hair is on fire right now about Doge, but expect in the future, Democratic presidents in the future, calling Donald Trump, I'm going to do exactly the same tactics and have the same interpretation of their constitutional duty to do exactly the same thing. So it's new to all of us, but for essentially the presidency being Trumpified going forward, people are going to do this for each other and programs that the Republicans like.
You're right. It's a great interview that you just had. He also said Neuralink, he's going to help work on the blind and spinal cord injuries so that he can walk again. They've already implanted in 3 of the quadriplegics to use this computer to help control their thinking and help them all help these
quadriplegics. And just for the rest of people out there, when it comes to being a bad guy, you're the good cops and Ainsley's the bad guy. So you're always the bad cop. I'm not doing it.
President Donald Trump met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Saudi Arabia today, much to the chagrin of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who very much wants to be part of peace negotiations in order to end the ongoing war in Ukraine. Now, I'm going to get to what Trump and Putin are allegedly working toward outside of a potential peace agreement with Ukraine. But before I get to that, I do think it's important to really hyper-focus on some of what Donald Trump had to say, which really does have Volodymyr Zelensky furious with the Trump administration feeling alienated and abandoned by America. Our European allies are also very much concerned about some of these statements. But apparently Trump said, or implied, that the war is
partly Ukraine's fault, he said this, and I'm quoting verbatim, "You should have never started it," Trump said of Ukraine while criticizing President Volodymyr Zelensky, who had expressed concern that his country was not included in talks between the United States and Russia in Saudi Arabia. Trump continues by saying, "I think I have the power to end this war, and I think it's going very well." But today I heard, oh, well,
Years while this conflict was raged, for 3 years while it's raged, no one else is paying enough attention together like what we saw today, because Donald Trump is the only leader in the world that can. So no one is being sidelined here. But President Trump is in a position that he campaigned on to initiate a process that could bring about an end to this conflict. And from that could emerge some very positive things for the United States, for Europe, for Ukraine, for the world.
Well, I suppose Joe Biden could have gotten together with Vladimir Putin over the past couple of years, while the intel community is saying he still wants to invade all of Ukraine and take over Kyiv. So, as the Wall Street Journal editorial page says, you need to have, and Secretary Yellen says, you have to have certain conditions met as you go down that road. I will say, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that was after his meeting, by the way, yesterday with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. I will say Marco Rubio did say that Ukraine would be involved and Europe would be involved in negotiations, that this was just an opening round. But those comments came before President Trump blamed Ukraine for starting the war. Let's bring right up Democratic Senator Chris Miller serves on the Foreign Relations and Judiciary Committees. He was at the Munich Security Conference this past weekend. I want to get to a peace deal and what you think a peace deal should look like, because I think we all agree it's great. It would be great to get all the sides together and end this bloody war. But before we get to that, let's talk about Munich, and let's talk about the comments yesterday. You know, back when I was a Republican, like the idea of peace through strength. Ronald Reagan negotiated a hard deal at Reykjavik. He refused to give. He pushed Gorbachev and the Soviets to the wall, and they capitulated. And what we learned from Ronald Reagan, and what was learned from strong Democrats like Dr. Brzezinski and Scoop Jackson and others, we've learned peace through strength works. We've understood.
We'll watch this video about me first. It's really annoying when the video game gets interrupted by some DEI woke bullshit, and I'm like, Jesus. I was playing a video game here. Can you just leave the video games alone? You don't want to do things that damage art. He's right. Yep.
It's a glorious day knowing that the mainstream games journalists are melting down right before our very eyes. And as my tweet right here says, 2025 will be the year mainstream gaming media dies for good. F every single one of them. And of course, I use an iconic meme.
I'm going to be honest. I think that probably is not true. But I think it's definitely becoming more true every year. I think that whatever they were at, they're probably going to be half of where they were at before.
And we add Trump to the equation because we know that's going to upset them. That's going to upset them big time. But I do believe that this is the year that the mainstream games journalists are going to absolutely lose all relevancy whatsoever. Now, they've lost most of it. But now
like
it's
90% of it.
Time for fans and the independent content creators to stand up and just make sure that we drown them out, because they are liars. They do not care about video games. They've never cared about video games.
I completely agree with them, by the way, about that.
And the more that independent voices rise up, the more triggered that they become. Here is a clip from Asmongold that I think speaks perfectly to everything going on.
Here we go.
Listen to what Asmongold has to say right here. This is glorious, and it just shows you how much things have changed in just a few years compared to where we were.
I know that people are going to be mad about that, going to be upset about things that I say or whatever. I want to let you know that no amount of crying, complaining, getting mad, pissing yourself, making Reddit threads, getting upset about this. The only thing that does is it makes me more popular. And the reason why is because reasonable people see what these people say, and they watch it to find out for themselves, and they realize they were lied to, and they decide to stick around. How many of you guys started watching me because you heard something really bad about me, and you said, hey, wait a minute, that's not necessarily as true as I thought it was?
This is
It's
how
actually crazy how common that is.
this channel has 400,000 subscribers.
Yeah, it's
Because
crazy
people
how
for
common
years
that
said
is.
all of these horrible things about me, and people just checked it out. I don't
It's
have
just happened to
multi-million-dollar budgets around here. I'm just a guy talking on the internet. And all of these freaks, these pronouns and bios weirdos, all of these freaks that thought that Disney Star Wars was good because it represented them, and people like me were saying, no, it's bad, it's not good, it's okay to admit that Disney has screwed this up, and all of these freaks just continue to say all of these horrible things about me, so then people come and check out my channel. It's the same way that most of you have grown your channels, and it's going to continue in that direction because these people have absolutely no power whatsoever.
Bad about me is that, like, everybody...
We're thinking that we can pay our $36 trillion debt by raising the price of gold to $142,000. That would be perpetual war all over the world. That shelf of mine in the safe that you see when I open the doors, that would make that shelf worth $30 million, like that. Watch out. The end of the world is near.
Have the COMEX and LBMA lost legitimacy?
There
It's a fraud.
it is fraud.
The worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987. We're now down 43%. This could be the most serious recession in decades. Protect your retirement with a gold and silver IRA. Learn more at sdbulletin.com/IRA. Good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in to studio, because I know you have long days at the shop. Is today a long one?
Yes, it is. We're right back there.
You're going right back afterwards. Okay, well, then we got a lot to pack in a short amount of time, so I don't keep you up too late. It's the video I sent you.
Last name?
Andy Shepard with the Precious Metals Company of his own. And I'd really like to get your reaction to some of the points he makes around gold repatriation, silver manipulation, and gold revaluation. Okay, so let's listen to a few clips here.
The Fed has but two choices: inflate or default. Right? Inflation, which is the path that we've always chosen, inflate away our debt, or just simply default. Is that really what we're going to do? I would argue inflation is the path that they've chosen. 100%. It is the path that they have chosen. But what if there is another path? Right? I just want to keep out here. Would there be a way to inflate the currency and make it less painful than outright hyperinflation created by the Federal Reserve? I don't know. How about this one? Gold revaluation. Now, you can't make this up. Every central bank balance sheet on the planet Earth, guess what the name of the account is where they hold gold? Yes, you got it. The gold revaluation account.
I didn't know it was actually called that.
I just thought that was one of their terms. And I was like, so people didn't really understand what they had. The revaluation.
It's held in the gold revaluation account. You have the head of the Dutch National Bank that has been screaming about this for a very long time. He valued the gold. It's got $35 an ounce on their balance sheet. We cannot, with the current laws, offset our liabilities with our gold holdings. And so what if you were to revalue gold to current numbers, or you value it higher? You have a member of the Bundesbank saying the same thing, and it gets closer to home when we look at Senator Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming, who spoke right after President Trump did the Bitcoin meeting in Tennessee, who advocated for the strategic Bitcoin reserve. She came up and said, let's revalue the gold held by the Federal Reserve on behalf of the Treasury to a number high enough to use some of the proceeds to pay for the Bitcoin.
Okay, I pray to God that Trump does not listen to Saylor or Loomis or his kids, whoever it is, it jeopardizes our national wealth. It's like thin air.
One possibility of that making sense. That is they actually know, and it's not some group of communists who put the idea together, but if they actually know where Bitcoin came from, they can successfully manipulate it. Yeah, and I don't. They can't let Bitcoin get out of control. It's still in there. We were supposed to, not too many years ago, supposed to have 8,413 metric tons of gold. Now they're claiming it's 8,133 metric tons. But the New York Fed has 3,000 something metric tons. If you add up all the places they say we have gold, it's closer to 12,000 metric tons than 8,400. So I would prefer if they value it, are they valuing this at $35 or are they valuing it
Or how about Judy Shelton, who I just interviewed? Judy Shelton says to me, Andy, we're going to issue 50-year treasuries redeemable in gold. She was his nominee for the head of Federal Reserve, who wasn't confirmed, but she'll probably be on the board of governors this year. She wants to have 50-year treasuries. In fact, she said to me, Andy, I believe you will issue them on July 4th, 2026, which is the 250th year anniversary of the country. And I said, Judy, why do you think audit is gold on the foreign months? The New York Fed says, well, but it's a lame answer. They say it costs too much money. It's logistically challenged. But that's a bunch of crap, she says. We're the United States of America, for God's sakes. Let's just spend a few $million to get it done. I said, damn right, let's do that. I couldn't agree more. I said, Judy, I think we revalue the price of gold because it is held in the revaluation account. But she never invested in debt. It would be in the vested interest of all the central banks to revalue gold because, after all, the most powerful bank on the planet, first and foremost, they classify gold as a tier 1 asset.
We talked about this. Just about 50-year treasury backed by gold. You think that actually is smart?
Well, let me tell you, whatever the revaluation is, it's way too much. Because anything over where it is right now in COMEX is dangerous territory.
But when you see the amount of gold the central banks are buying, it's off the charts. In the month of October and in November, the central banks doubled their 12-month moving average. But they've already been buying more over the last 4 years than anyone has ever seen. But the second part of all these countries, Germany, Austria, Slovakia, Argentina, you can see for yourself, every single one of those countries have repatriated their gold from the Bank of England and the New York Fed.
I think 100 tons of gold. 100 tons. That's all. They don't want anyone else holding their gold.
That's 2011.
Yep.
When the press, the financial minister, whoever it is, interviewed as to why they were buying from the International Monetary Fund 200 metric tons of gold. And it was the press, and the press finally said, we need to get rid of those U.S. treasuries. That was his answer.
There you go.
I'm not going to blame you on it. That makes good sense.
But the reason they left it there all of these years is because it gave them direct access to the LBMA and the COMEX, the trading hubs, which are losing legitimacy as we speak because they're playing the game of our stupidity, of suppressing the price of gold and silver like a bunch of morons. And these contracts all have delivery mechanisms which nobody ever stood for my whole career. They are now, in a manner that is incredibly shrewd. Everyone says, well, why don't they just buy it all up? Because in the United States, instant gratification is not fast enough. No, they play the long game. They drain it, and then they drain it little by little by little by little. And one day we'll wake up and it's all gone. That's how it's going to happen. On a Friday night, on a Saturday night, you'll wake up to a new reality on Monday morning, and the delivery sales gone. There is no more. They're playing the game because these companies are sophisticated, coordinated, motivated, wealthy as hell, and very shrewd.
If it hasn't already been. No, I don't think it's quite as dire as it's heavy. But you're running a hedge fund, and you're successful at running it up because you're in concert with a bunch of other hedge funds. Won't be the reason for running it up. To short it. Make a lot of money. And real money, even even though it's just paper, it's real money.
Had the COMEX and LBMA lost legitimacy because of
Yeah.
Oh, I will make bad things happen with this.
it's a fraud?
What?
It's a fraud.
It is fraud.
How about the little by little and then bang, it's all gone?
I don't think that's happening. I think they would much rather make money the old-fashioned way. Pump it up and burn it. Pump it up and knock it down. And it's too heavy. After you get all the heads supposed to work together, it's much too heavy. Get it up to an all-time high and then show it. They're under no pressure now because everything will not find a I like to dispute what he's saying about central banks going. They're very dangerous. What central bank has reserves?
You know, it's interesting. Scott was sent to the Treasury Secretary to just confirm, which I'm assuming he will. What's his largest holding? You know? Gold. He is public to say gold is his largest holding.
Yeah, but I'd like to know where that gold is. Probably his largest asset.
I didn't know he had such a strong position. That is interesting.
All that would need to be done, as crazy as it sounds, would be for Trump to say to Scott, tell Jerome to revalue gold. No congressional approval needed, and bang, gold is revalued to a level sufficient enough to achieve what he wants to do. Now, every $4,000 increase in the price of gold would add $1 trillion free and clear to the Treasury General Fund. Free and clear.
At every $4,000 increase in the price of gold would add $1 trillion free and clear to the U.S. Treasury. That's pretty amazing.
It's the end. Because,
first of all, you can tell Scott to do that without congressional approval. Tell Jerome.
I think he's smart. I think Trump is very good at that. And, let's finish this thought, and it's on the screen.
Right, it's right on the screen. Yep.
To fully offset the U.S. federal debt of $36 trillion with the 261 million ounces of gold reserves, the price of gold would need to rise to approximately $142,000
per ounce.
Okay. So that would, that shelf of mine with the same that you see when I open the door, that would make that shelf worth $30 million, like that. Okay. That, and it's not much there because there's boxes all over the place. But just what you can see on that shelf would be $30 million. Worse than that, the day that happened is the day that a personnel carrier shows up at my front door on Granite Street, rams the door, get out, put a bomb, blow the door off, come in, hook that safe, and drag it out. Why? Because there's, of the ounces, $142,000 will go a long way. Okay? Or all the places that China has mines. Okay? The way they set up a mine in some places have, say, the Congo, for example, because they're under perpetual civil war. So you find out who the strong guy is, pay him a lot of money, tell him to raise an army, and arm them all and say, okay, here's $1 billion for you. Don't let anybody near that mine. And the gold is worth $142,000 an ounce. What the hell? And why don't we all work together? Storm that mine and steal everything. Okay?
So it's chaos. You're saying
It'll happen once, someplace, and then it'll happen all over the world. Small countries will raise armies and go wherever the gold is. What started the original Gulf War?
Oil.
No. It was Iraq went to Kuwait and stole their gold. And what was it good then? Let's see. $300 an ounce. Let's say that the gold that is repatriated by Kuwait is now $142,000. Do you think it's going to be Iraq or maybe Saudi Arabia and Iran working together? Okay? You blow the place up, get the gold. It's going to happen all over the world. And That never happens. So we're selfish. We're thinking that we can pay our $36 trillion debt by raising the price of oil to $142,000. That would be perpetual war all over this. And, you know, if they did that, I could be out of the and I thought we'd just leave it
Interesting.
Or would it cost human nature? Okay, we were out there paying, you know, $3,000 of our hard-earned money to buy a little piece of gold. Now it's worth $142,000. What the hell? Break the doors now. And I sure would want to be that Yankee guy because the United States goes so low.
As much as I mean,
Seriously,
that is a big problem. That is a very interesting thing.
And, you know, one of the reasons that they hear people in China talking like this, it's like, okay, oh, they're going around in Africa, get it back here. That's what they did. You have to buy gold, and then repatriate it. And they're supposed to have what? Now, they say 2,200 metric tons. Right? They probably have twice that, if not 4 times that. And, you know, they also have nuclear weapons. So they know where it actually is stored because they send balloons over there. That's cool. Outside of this country, there are lots of very smart people. But if they revalue gold to $142,000, watch out. The end of the world is here. And that's insane. You raise one commodity like that, everything else is hyperinflation. Everything. Because people are not concentrating on anything else. You know, I got no gold. How do you go there? The hyperinflation. Seriously.
Let's shift gears a little bit towards silver.
They have been shorting gold for so long. They've been shorting. As an example, let's look at silver. In London right now, they have 800 million ounces on the LBMA. Of which, only 300 million are unencumbered. 500 million belong. Yes, they trade well, there's between 4 and 6 billion ounces short on paper. 95% are paper contracts. They say they trade 290 million ounces a day of the 300 million float. But they also say that those numbers are 10 times underestimated because they only post the final settlement number. That's 2.9 billion ounces a day of silver by these 8 or 9 Western banks, 3.5 times annual global mine supply every single day. Almost 3 times annual global mine supply every single day on Coleman's.
They say they trade 290 million ounces of silver a day. That those numbers are 10 times underestimated. So 2.9 billion ounces of silver traded a day.
That's right. And all of every currency. Doesn't matter if it's ETFs or contracts with the government.
Well, how about we get Doin to go after that? This naked short.
Because we gotta get somebody that guy in jail first. And you know, it's amazing. He says this is a great big money laundering scheme they're facing with USAID.
Yeah.
And then you have all these people out there protesting. What I would do, take the names of all those people protesting. Somebody always benefits from the money laundering scheme. Honestly, some of those people protesting.
The prices are distorted. High qualification on home at 700, 800, 900, 1,800, 2,000%. Re-high qualificated. That would mean that if 20 of all those contracts for delivery, and you all stand up and cash it in, if you're lucky, one will get the gold, the rest gets cash settled, force majeure. It is a blow-up of the system, just like that. Would it happen? I bet it will.
Could it happen?
It's already happened. There was so back up those contracts.
But they're still playing the game. They're still playing the musical chairs and silver. The
music hasn't stopped
yet, Tim.
As gold goes up every single day, silver goes up and then goes back.
Right.
Goes up and then goes back. I think they'll continue to try to hold silver back. It's goes above 32, it goes below 32, it goes above 32, it goes below 32.
I hear you. But it was doing that around 25, 27, 25, 27, 29. Yeah, and then it went to another plateau.
That's exactly right. Yeah. But is that keeping track of inflation?
No.
The inflation that has in that, whatever that neighborhood is.
Silver, all-time record high for silver. Inflation adjusted $140 an ounce, so we're going to get there. But
no, but it's going to be very hard to get there.
What if there was a run? What if there was? And people started to say, hey, delivery, oh, we don't have it.
Tried, probably, SD Boy, they probably lost the run.
There's not a lot of silver.
Any kind, SD Boy, you know, it would take a few more sales to demand delivery from, we'll find out how sure they don't know. Yeah, that's cool.
I should.
Yes.
That's a great question.
How much of these bars would it take for you to collapse the codes?
You don't know how sneezes work, man?
If you're watching this legal breakdown, Glenn, all eyes have been on one trial in
President Trump and Elon Musk opening up about their working relationship as Democrats try to turn them against each other.
Elon called me and said, you know, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. I wanted somebody really smart to work with me in terms of the country.
When these attacks occur, the thing that they're accusing the administration of is what they are guilty of. They're saying that things are being done unconstitutional, but what they are doing is unconstitutional. They are guilty of the crime of which they accuse us.
Co-anchor of America's
Silver's next big move. Where do I think it's going, folks? I'll let you guys know about fact. I am also going to tell you what happened at the shop. Really not at the shop. I had to go to a customer's house today to get some silver from them. They need to sell something. I'm letting you guys know why. Stay tuned for that. So please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for all the ones who have subscribed already. I do appreciate it. I'm trying very hard to get by the end of this week 5,300 subscribers before Saturday. Before the giveaway. Don't forget about the giveaway. I'll post a link in the comment section below. If you're not signed up for that, yes, you still have time for that as well. I'll post a link in the comment section for this video as well. Let's get into it. Silver's next big uptick. Look, we're stagnant. We're right around the 32 to 32.50 mark. Yeah, we get up to 33, 34-ish. I think the next big run will be once silver reaches 35 again. How soon we get to 35? Folks, it could be any day. It really could be any day. I think once it reaches 35, it's not going to look back. For the ones that are looking for $25 silver, that train's left the station. I do believe once we get to $35 in silver, we're not going to look back to 30 again for a while. We're just not going to go there. The Comex don't have it. The Climax don't have it. The LBMA don't have it. I talked about that in this morning's video as well. Look, once silver reaches 40 bucks, I do believe. This is my opinion. It's not financial advice. You're going to be more and more people are going to start waking up at that point. And there might not be a lot of silver left at your local coin shop, on your online bullion dealers as well. We're seeing a little bit of a downtick today. Today is off. All day, most of you guys know. I thought last night was going to be a little bit of uptick with everything. I was wrong. All right, I was wrong. We were ready to go last night. We sent the email up. I told you guys about that this morning. Sent the email out to our local customers, and it was not even worth the time. It was not even worth our time to do it last night. But, you know, we thought there was going to be a little bit of an uptick last night. We had about 10 to 15 people email us this before we started to go live with this, and we just said, why don't we just go live with it and see what happens. It turned out to be about stuff last night. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose last night. Where it's kind of a lot of shop for paying for the only paying us out for the hours we did because it's all overtime hours. So it is what it is there. We're still seeing a little bit of run on Maple at the shop as well. So that business is still coming in. Yeah, I really think Silver's next big move will be $35 there. Once it reaches that, I don't think we're going to see a pullback that much, folks. That's my opinion. I can only judge it from what I'm seeing out there. 90% silver is still strong right now. People are still buying that up as right now. Look, and when 90% silver is gone, it's going to be gone. They're not making it.
Now listen to what the Treasury Secretary had to say about Democrats fear-mongering when it comes to Doge.
They're trying to be fear-mongers with the American people because what's really going on here, here at Treasury, the two people, they had read-only access to the systems, and they've remodeled the system. They have no ability to touch anything. They have no ability to make any changes. There are very strict guardrails around them. This kind of fear-mongering doesn't help anybody, but it tells me that people are worried that they're part of the waste, fraud, and abuse.
All right, Congressman Byron Donald joins us now, Republican from the great state of Florida. Congressman, Axios reports that the Democrats are going to unleash even more legal attacks on Doge. Is that the only strategy they've got? Just go to the courts, that's it?
Stuart's going to be with you. Yeah, that's all.
And so what does this man do for you? He basically, I don't know, we're trying to my baby daddy, man. So he bought me a Gucci bag, gave me $5,000 to help start my business up. Oh, wow. Yeah, yes, it's not more real than your baby daddy. So you keep everything down. He just give me, chocolate. Why you wait, hold on. A cheap key. Hey, cheap. And so what does this man do for you? He basically, I don't know, we're trying to my baby daddy, man. So he bought me a Gucci bag, gave me $5,000 to help start my business up. Oh, wow. Yeah,
I work full time. I take care of 2 kids, and you come out here out of my house. I bought you that vehicle. I had mine, and I got one in the yard. What are you thinking?
Watch how this woman tried to play her own employer until she got caught.
I mean, I'm husband and she has jobs. So, it's a high strength store for us. We just have inventory. So I've been starting to come in about every 6 weeks, 9 weeks without it. I've been out the last 6 weeks and I hit. I was just here last week. And we found a situation. The associates, she's been doing a transaction of boys, allowing people to go to the self-checkout, and then allowing them to leave the merchandise after she boys it out. Okay? Is she getting anything? She says she's not. She says it's just a friend she's trying to help out that she doesn't take advantage of her. There's $1,000. Yeah, she has a couple of children. She is married. She was living to $1,000. Oh, what time? About 9 months since she's been out. That's all I have since June that I prove. What I don't have is because it's just got dropped on the battlefield. I don't have video that corresponds with dollar amounts, but we can get that and look at. So you have all the video that corresponds with these dates and times. Yeah. So all these transactions, everything is highlighted. This is
That's so at that time, 2232 for $424.93. Okay. So just in the course of these 4 days, about $1,000. So you've gone through and highlighted the ones.
Hey guys, YouTube family. I was just sitting here thinking about how they're supposed to start taking the food stamps away from these low income families, and I'm low income. I get $90 a month. Well, I get $90 a month, and that buys my drinks, my water, and just I really don't buy much. $90. But I was thinking, I hope that doesn't happen. But I've heard that they're just going to take it away. What about these kids? What about these kids that
Security chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is. You've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything. We need brain power as much as firepower.
Unmanned trash. Shoot the kid or don't shoot at all.
Maybe one thing that practice ever, and it'll take the $90. What I was thinking, I know I sound like a broken record, but what I was thinking is what if you could start a YouTube and people would donate and put your kids on there, and I don't think there's nothing wrong with it as long as they're happy and they want to be on there.
And inflation is back. I'm only here for 2.5 weeks. That was January. Inflation is back. You know, think of it. Inflation's back. And they said, oh, Trump, in fact, I had nothing to do with it. These people that run the country, they spend money like nobody's ever spent.
That's fact check, actually the biggest debt ever accumulated was during President Trump's first 4-year term. Let's bring around the co-anchor of CBC's Squawk Box and the New York Times columnist, Andrew Sorkin. Andrew, you and I, I just want to obsess on something here. You and I are worried about, this economy that has been so strong for so long. It's in such a fragile place, and there seems to be so many questions right now. I keep reading stories about companies that thought they were going to merge and going to expand that are just waiting right now because of the tariffs put in place, because they're scared all the new tariffs, the threats of tariffs will lead to inflation. You've got President Trump that's pressuring the Fed to actually lower interest rates when actually interest rates should be maintained or actually maybe possibly even go up because the economy's too hot. You've got the belief that the rule of law is under attack. And also, of course, our best trading partners are being attacked every single day. I mean, this is, I've always heard that investors hate chaos. They like certainty. CEOs hate chaos. They like certainty. Is all of this, I mean, it's not a leading question. I'm curious, what are your Trump supporting CEOs saying to you? Or are all of these things creating an environment that are making them uneasy about where the United States is going, not only economically, but just generally?
So it's actually quite an interesting question because I think there's a mixed picture here. One is the uncertainty in this moment clearly is stalling things, which is to say if you were going to make a big investment today, you're not doing that because you don't know what the tariff picture is going to look like in the next couple of months, potentially over the next year, maybe longer. You're waiting on the tax situation. What is going to happen this summer? I think those two are the biggies. There's also, by the way, even in this moment, just the prospects of tariffs, beyond stalling things, actually creating its own form of inflation. We haven't seen it yet in the data, but I imagine over the next couple of months we will. I talked about it on the broadcast before. There's a whole number of U.S. businesses, including the likes of Ford and other automakers, for example, that are effectively hoarding supplies. So if they have parts and other things in Mexico or in Canada, they're bringing them right here at great additional cost to themselves right now in case tariffs go into effect. So those are costs that are unclear about whether they're going to be able to pass them on to consumers either. So there's definitely an unease, 100% an unease about where things are. You're not seeing the kind of mergers, you're not seeing the kind of investment that you might have anticipated given some of the rhetoric and comments made back in November. Having said that, I wouldn't say that the entire CEO class is saying, oh my goodness, this is terrible for the U.S. at the moment. I think that's something that is sort of in a wait and see. Is this going to be good or is this going to be bad? And there is still, for some, at least in the business community, a kind of honeymoon period. I know there's others maybe watching us saying honeymoon what? But I think that's sort of the, maybe a sort of in the middle balanced view of what is happening among the CEO class. And you're right, by the way, the legal system. That is something I think they are watching very carefully. But again, waiting to see where things really land.
Yeah, and let's talk.
worth the wait. Fast carving. You're welcome.
If you need to tap out, Exfil Hill is ready to go.
This is going better than expected. Did everybody see that? Please, saw that. Throwing incendiary. We were lit from the inside, but shit on the outside. Bonus points.
Extractions available in your AO.
Here comes Zorro! Here comes the bull! interesa.
Roger that. Bird headed your way.
LT's surrounded. Get it under control. Extraction point in sight. First call coming on.
Welcome to Liberty Falls. Population? Well, less than yesterday. Never been so glad to see backup arrive. Hell, lucky I'm still in one piece. I need you to look for survivors. Subdue any threats. Help me save this town. Copy? Alpha, search the area. We've got 3 Janus Science personnel missing. Their knowledge is critical to mission success, and we take care of our own.
Knowing their brain melt is muy Insta-kill. Now we
You know, the people who lived here trusted us. We failed them, and I can't even explain how.
Max armor. Kill for a cold drink right now. I'm getting my money's worth. Not that you care. This is what I get for trusting fate.
Security chief to new arrivals. Could have used you sooner, but welcome just the same. I'm in the mansion, command center. Injured, but intact. Most everyone else is... well, you've got eyes. Look, we need to get this situation under control ASAP. Be ready for anything. Be advised, we lost contact with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as quick as possible.
Shoot to kill or don't shoot at all. This is no way to run a supply chain. For me?
You know, the people who lived here trusted us. We failed them. And I can't even explain how.
Ugh, sounds like a drunk ice cream truck. Fantastico. I'll take it. Caja misteriosa. I'm at your mercy. So this is what I've come to? Begging a fucking box.
You see the face on that thing? Oh, nightmare fuel. See that one head pop off? Don't let it escape.
chase. No head, no problem.
A more hands-off approach as those agencies go about their work. This executive order, this memo, essentially says these agencies are going to appoint, are going to work through the White House, through the executive, and they can take positions that are contrary to what the White House believes. This goes hand in glove with Musk's theory here that the bureaucracy ought to report directly through Donald Trump, exact only his role, essentially, through what they do. How this shows up in the data is that these agencies are
So I want to put up on the screen right here the feud that you and Elon Musk have been engaged in online. You have Elon Musk confirmed and installed the order. Elon responded, "We don't have any personal data of Americans. We know what's going on." You said, "Tell it to the judge under oath." Are you reassured that Elon did that and his team of teenagers at Doge in fact took down everything?
No, I have no assurance whatsoever. The fact that the
databases that have well-established cybersecurity protections around them. And so those protections are against Chinese hackers, Russian hackers, Iranian hackers, or who knows who else. And they are taking that information off of the traditional secure server and they're putting it on their own private server. And who knows what kind of protection those servers have. They are potentially exposing it to additional hackers. The other thing I want to bring Elon Musk has been including X, one of the largest social media network platforms. He wants to, I guess, apparently some sort of payment plan he can use all of this data for his own business purposes to figure out how targeted where people are, learn about subscribers that he already has, learn a lot more information. And obviously, if your social security number gets out there, your home address gets out there, so there's sitting duck in your identity that will be fraud.
Sure, I struggle over and over that if there are any conflicts of interest, he personally is going to answer me to make sure that Elon is going to be able to use those to kind of access certain things of data. And yet at the same time, we just found out that this weekend, 100 of FAA employees were let go, while simultaneously we had the SpaceX people coming in. And so we're seeing these conflicts of interest play out in real time where these federal employees are being gutted, and then we're seeing the ingredients of the privatization of these sectors happening in their place. And does that worry you, the fact that Republicans were making good on their long-standing plans to privatize a lot of programs that otherwise the federal government had to do prior to it?
Well, let's just take one step back. The president actually said that if Elon Musk has any conflicts of interest, Elon Musk will determine that and will recuse himself. Right? So basically, Elon Musk and his Supreme Court are the only entities or individuals that have absolutely no accountability and oversight to any ethical lapses or conflicts.
Well, both of which are running swimmingly thus far.
Exactly. So the other thing is that as we have already learned about conflicts of interest in Elon Musk. According to the Times, there were 32 ongoing investigations or enforcement actions against Elon Musk's companies from 11 different federal agencies. Trump has fired the inspectors general in those agencies. Elon is going through gutting both the budget and the workforce. And the Times reports that all of those investigations and enforcement actions are stalled. That is an outrageous conflict of interest. Then when you layer on the fact that he has $13 billion of government contracts with his various companies, and he's the one making decisions about which government contracts are waste, fraud, and abuse, it is literally textbook conflict of interest. And so Elon Musk is listening. He is not a public servant. He does not care about the public. He does not care about working Americans. He does not care about ensuring that those who are disadvantaged get access to good education and good opportunity and make sure that they have health care and that there are child care programs so that adults and parents can work. The list goes on and on. He does not care. And the fact that he has been put in charge of making these decisions without any accountability, without any oversight, is just terrible practice and really dangerous.
I know this is kind of like a futile exercise, but if the roles were reversed and we had some Democratic billionaire with unfettered access to all of the systems of government, to social security numbers, to bank information, to the treasury, to any American's private data, excuse the language, but Republicans would be losing their fucking minds. And so, how does that asymmetry play out where you have none none of these Republicans who seem to mind that all of these systems that even harbor their own information, secure their own information, are so neutralized by virtue of what we're seeing right now, and yet nobody on the right is speaking out. Nobody seems to mind an inch when just a few years ago, during the 2016 election cycle, we saw that using private email servers was apparently such a big issue that it's all they can talk about on front page news every single day for months and months and months. Security, national security was such an important issue. Security and private email servers were such an important issue. And yet now, when a bunch of high school grads and 20-somethings have access to all of this information, there's a peep from anybody in the House Republican Conference or the House Senate Conference.
I learned long ago that hypocrisy is the rule, not an exception. And you can imagine George Soros being in the position of Elon Musk, and Republicans' heads would explode. I think back more recently than 2016. I think back to last cycle, and you had an obsession from the House Republicans about President Biden's so-called conflicts of interest by earning money from foreign governments, which was completely debunked. They did not prove an inch. He got no money. Nothing was traceable back to him. He had no relationships, no business dealings with anyone over there. Now you have Donald Trump meeting in the Oval Office with the leaders of two different professional golf leagues, one of which he's invested in to try to reach an agreement so that it can benefit his business. He is building all of, the financial consequences with Donald Trump alone, forget about Elon Musk, are outrageous. Not a people do it. But they do not care. Shame is not an emotion that Republicans feel. And we have to recognize that we're playing on a different plane. And they will acknowledge they're hypocritical, but they don't care as long as they have the power. They're figuring out a way, legal or otherwise, to get done what they want. And that's why it's really important for us to recognize, yes, we are going to maintain as Democrats morality, integrity, follow the law, believe in the rule of law. But we have to get in the mud a little bit more than Republicans, and we have to fight back. In some ways, we may have to fight back dirty. We've got to be willing to stand up and take a stand when they go to levels that would be unheard of in decades.
Just watching it fly off the cliff. First of all, I have to say that I cannot thank you enough for saying that. But second of all, just building and digging into that a little bit more, does that make you think, and the House Democratic Caucus more broadly, think about how you're going to interact with Republicans moving forward? Because there's a recurring theme in Democratic politics that if we extend goodwill to Republicans, then maybe by some miracle it'll be reciprocated. And we have seen over the course of years and decades that it's never. We've seen for the CARES Act, for example, when just before Trump took office, every Democrat voted for the CARES Act, even though doing so would give Donald Trump a political win, and the Democrats took office and we passed the American Rescue Plan. And I'm not sure that any Republicans voted for that because it would give Joe Biden a political win. Look at how when Democrats took office, they named bills in such a way that gives Republicans credit for coming on board. We have the bipartisan infrastructure law. We have the bipartisan law. So any opportunity we have to kind of convert goodwill in hopes of some elusive reciprocation by Republicans, we take that opportunity. And yet, when Republicans have control, they just knife Democrats. We never see any effort toward bipartisanship. Merrick Garland was offered up on the Supreme Court. Republicans said that we couldn't possibly give him a hearing because we're in an election year. And that rule was undermined by the fact that when Amy Coney Barrett was up, votes were being cast in that election. And so does that make you and your colleagues think differently about the ways that you're going to approach approach then moving forward so that it doesn't feel like a Charlie having the football pulled away from him over and over and over again situation?
Some moments ago, the U.S. designated trendy TA and other cartels as global terrorist organizations. This is President Trump mobilizes multiple federal agencies and branches. From Los Angeles, Wayne Martinez is on the story. What you got, William? Good morning to you. Good morning, Bill. You know, this is a big deal, right? Never before, in 27 years and 90 terrorist designations, has the U.S. labeled a drug trafficking group a terrorist organization. Also, in Mexico, the administration is expanding the use of CIA drones to identify fentanyl labs, and U.S. Special Forces arrived on Monday to train an elite assault team of Mexican Marines. That terrorist designation opens a whole new toolbox to stop drug smuggling, treating these gangs, MS-13 and Trinidad, as well as the Sinaloa and 5 other cartels, not as criminal organizations, but national security threats.
Let's say Sinaloa cartel.
All right, joining me now, Mr. Trump's energy senator, Chris White. Mr. Secretary, in the past, you said global warming could be a good thing, that the planet could stand with another wall. Also clear about global warming, Mr. Secretary. I'm calling for a vote.
Morning, Stuart. When everything in life has trade-offs, but a warmer planet with more CO2 is better for both plants. The world has been getting greener for decades. 14% more greener people are on the planet today than it was 40 years ago. And we have a lot more people who die of the cold and die of the heat. So everything has a trade-off, but yeah, there's pluses to global warming as well as negatives. But the bottom line is, it's just nowhere near the world's biggest problem today. Not even close.
It seems to me that looking at what's going on, that the Green New Deal is almost dead.
I think it's in progress of being killed off. President Trump was elected to bring common sense back to Washington. And boy, he's doing that in a bad style. And then the American dream, Stuart, I know you often talk about it. The American dream is your children are going to have better lives than you. We've had 4 years of making energy more expensive. It's getting in the way of this next generation realizing the American dream.
You want to just get rid of that, fossil fuels and come back big time.
Absolutely. We want all energy sources that can lower the cost of energy, expand job opportunities, and have more stuff made for America. That requires more energy and lower cost energy. And yes, America is ruled by fossil fuels today, and they will continue to. But if there's other energy sources that can add that workload without increasing the cost of energy, we're all in for those as well.
You want to prioritize nuclear energy. So how fast can we get nuclear power truly expanded? Is it a process of years? Or can we look at just a couple of years? How can we get fast?
It's years. The government has strangled nuclear energy for years. You know, it was 6% of global energy 20 years ago. Today it's 4%. But with deregulation and some common sense back in the government place, I think the start of the nuclear renaissance happened during President Trump's term. Before it's meaningfully impacting U.S. energy and all that, that'll be several years. But it wasn't happening at all before. I think we're going to see new nuclear plants, probably small modular reactors, built during the Trump administration.
President Trump wants to cut the price of oil in half. He's agreed on $40 a barrel down balance. If that were to happen, why should the drillers drill if you have to make a profit on $40 a barrel oil?
Yeah, and President Trump's agenda is to lower costs to consumers. I think America is here most about gasoline prices, diesel prices, heating prices, electricity prices, and the end-use product prices. And there's so much friction, there's so much overhead cost and uncertainty in that world. And President Trump's actions, I think, are going to help grow the supply of all of these commodities, and that will put downward pressures on pressures.
You got it right. We're producing over 13 million barrels of oil a day in America right now. More than we've ever used before. Please don't take any more of us evidence that you get that total pumped up. How we do it?
It's the marketplace will do that. If you reduce the risks and costs of investing in energy production, investors will be excited to invest in it. The biggest killer on energy production in the United States today is infrastructure. Which brings a lot more energy. There's a lot
President Trump is all about growing American energy production, the lower domestic prices, but also to enable our allies to have America as their key energy supplier and not bad actors. Last one, Mr. Soldier, have you found any place for American energy at all? Absolutely, absolutely. What happened in this week, a little over 2 weeks, we've already found many millions of dollars of money that was spent, it was being spent. This money is nothing of value to the American people. So we've cut out this tax put emphasis and become better tools for American taxpayers. We are sacrificing the education of our students and teachers. It's what's called the goal is to send them to the junk pile of history by putting in something simple like a flat tax. The federal income tax code, all the intended rules and regulations, is well over 10 million, probably more like 20 or 30 million. Nobody knows what's in it. The IRS doesn't know what's in it. You call their hotline if they deign to answer it. For the third of the time, they give you the wrong answer, but hold you responsible for it. And several years ago, a magazine did a survey. They gave a typical hypothetical family's finances, 46 different tax preparers, experts in the field. And you know what they came back with? 40 different estimates of what the family owns. Thousands of dollars of difference. So that's the code we have today. It's fundamentally full of corruption in Washington. Half the lobbying revolves around the tax code. So I hope this is just the beginning volley, just getting rid of this thing and just having a simple agency to collect the money on your postcard.
Let's go ahead and look at our first article here, and I want to talk about this with former Joint Chief General Mark Milley, and he was defending teaching critical race theory at West Point. And if you watch this, especially the House hearing on this, where he was coming and he was speaking, you can tell that he gets a little bit frustrated, like, how dare anybody in Congress? And specifically, he was going after Matt Gaetz, but he was also going after Mike Waltz. Mike Waltz is a former Green Beret. I knew Mike before.
Donald Trump has once again threatened tariffs against trading partners of the United States. This time he's vowing 25% tariffs on automobiles, semiconductors, and pharmaceutical drugs coming into the United States. But the market reaction has been muted. Let's talk about it with an expert in rates and currencies. He's Carl Shimada, Chief Market Strategist at Corpay. He's in studio this morning. Thanks for coming in, Carl. It's
Absolutely great to see you.
So, first of all, is it clear that this is a new tariff threat, or is he essentially repeating and recasting earlier tariff threats?
Sort of a modification on things that he said before, a little bit more precise around the details, at least in terms of the deadline. This time he's saying that it would be April 4th. That was slightly different than what he'd said previously. But yeah, currency markets at this point are shell shocked, right? There's been so many of these threats. So many of them have been walked back in like one way or another. They've been paused, they've been reversed, they've been delayed, all sorts of things have happened. And so each of those times that has happened, that we've had this, sort of outsized threat and then this eventual climb down, currency markets have reacted very badly initially and then recovered. And so traders, speculators, and other market participants are going more cautious about trading too much into each of these catalysts. They don't want to take losses when the story inevitably pivots.
Well, how have markets responded in the past, in the first days of the administration? And he, in fact, made his initial tariff threat before he even became elected.
Yes.
What kind of currency market reaction did we see at that point?
Well, at that point, we saw basically the targets of his threats selling off. So the Canadian dollar, the Mexican peso, the euro was a big faller at the time. The Chinese renminbi, simply because it's state managed, did not reflect a huge, big move. But implied volatility across currency markets also surged. So we basically saw two spikes, one around inauguration and the second around February 2nd, when that executive order was signed and
and the run up to and the day after that. And now we have this Truth Social post in which the President of the United States is called an ally a dictator.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially broken with Volodymyr Zelensky. I mean, this moment, Tom, has been coming over the last several days. Yesterday, of course, Donald Trump indicated that the war in Ukraine was Zelensky's fault. He shouldn't have started it, he said. He also indicated that Ukraine may need to hold fresh elections as a precondition for any involvement in peace negotiations for a seat around that table that was occupied yesterday in Riyadh only by American and Russian officials. And now on his own social media platform, Donald Trump saying that the only thing Zelensky has been good at is playing Biden like a fiddle. He describes him as a dictator without elections. There's a very curious sentence in which he says, Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. Some will wonder if there's some sort of implicit threat in that sentence. And this Truth Social posting is filled with falsehoods. The repeated falsehood that Volodymyr Zelensky is unpopular at home. He said yesterday that the Ukrainian president enjoyed a 4% approval rating. In fact, his approval rating is 56%, higher, much higher than Donald Trump's approval rating here in the United States. He has repeatedly insisted that the United States has spent more money in Ukraine than Europe, as Ben Wallace eloquently pointed out on Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning. That is also simply not the case. So this is American policy that reveals itself to be far more favorable to Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin than it is to the aggrieved party, Ukraine, a country with which the United States has had a 30-year partnership. And you've got to wonder how Secretary of State Marco Rubio, charged now with overseeing these peace negotiations, feels about all of this, because Donald Trump is essentially setting every expectation that this peace negotiation is going to tilt entirely in Russia's favour and away from Ukraine. And you've got to wonder what the Prime Minister is thinking about all of this, given that he is coming to Washington next week for what clearly is going to be the most complicated bilateral negotiation discussion between any American president and British Prime Minister since 1945.
I'd love to know what the details are, whether it's true, of course, on the suggestion from the president that Zelensky has admitted that half of the money we sent him is, quote, missing. I mean, where's that come from?
Yeah, that has been completely debunked by fact checkers here over the last few hours. He said that earlier this week, I think either in Mar-a-Lago or in the Oval Office during one of his executive order signings. I mean, one of the issues is that much of the aid for Ukraine that was announced by the Biden administration at various times. And remember, they ran into difficulty with Congress because Republicans there were refusing to provide fresh tranches of financial assistance for Ukraine. So President Biden would concoct ways of announcing new amounts of aid for Ukraine. In fact, many of those announcements, and we pointed this out at the time when they were made, were not really new money. They were money that had already been voted for Ukraine or provided to Ukraine or arranged for Ukraine. And Biden was trying to create the, frankly, illusion of ongoing American support with these massive millions and millions of dollars of fresh aid for Ukraine that wasn't really fresh aid after all. But all of these claims, the notion that Volodymyr Zelensky is deeply unpopular within Ukraine, and that the United States is deeper in hock to Ukraine than Europe, it's simply untrue. And what we're seeing here, and we'll get into this on Friday on American Week, Tom, time and again now, this American government is basing policy decisions on falsehoods and lies. And that is an unbelievably dangerous place for Washington to be going, and it puts the transatlantic alliance in an even greater degree of peril.
Simon, appreciate it as always. Thank you very much indeed. Obviously, Washington correspondent.
Congress has been in session in person for these first 3 weeks that Trump has been in office, so In a lot of cases, that means individual senators and members of the House, they can't get home to their districts yet. They've only been able to convene town halls thus far by phone, teletown halls, or in some cases by Zoom. But I wanted to look at this. I don't know if this has been reported elsewhere, at least in aggregate, but I was shocked by these numbers today when we started looking this up today. Look at the numbers they're getting at these town halls. Congressman Jimmy Gomez from California says nearly 10,000 people, more than 9,800 people, called in from his district for his telephone town hall. He called a town hall on the phone, and 9,812 people from his district called in. Wow. Congressman Brendan Boyle from Pennsylvania, he just convened what he called an emergency town hall for his district in Pennsylvania. It had more than 10,000 people calling in. Congressman Greg Stanton, Democrat.
Elon Musk continues his crusade in the United States with DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, trying to root out waste and fraud. And he's moved on to the Social Security Department. He tweeted today that the Social Security Administration in the United States might be the biggest source of fraud in all of human history. Now, Michelle King, who's been at the Social Security Department for 30 years and is in charge, she has resigned on Sunday in protest that Elon Musk would dare to look through what's happening in her department.
Of course it's in protest, not because she's running for cover already.
I think she's running for cover because Elon Musk found, get this, there are 531 million unique Social Security numbers in circulation. It's interesting.
Stop.
531 million unique Social Security numbers. There's only 350 million Americans. They found 18.9 million people listed on the Social Security database as being over 100 years old. There's only 86,000 according to the last census. 6.5 million people were listed on the database as being older than 112, but I'm pretty sure the last record says there were only 35 across the entire Earth. And one person on the Social Security database who's listed alive with a Social Security number, 360 years old. Methuselah is claiming welfare benefits in the United States. Now, the media have been careful to say, no, this doesn't mean that fraud is happening. It just means the database is, a little old and a little messy. Time magazine mounted on this. So things aren't that bad because between 2015 and 2022, they paid out $8.6 trillion worth of Social Security benefits, and only $71 billion had been found to be improperly paid. Only $71 billion. Oh, yes, it's not that bad, they said. It's less than 1% of overpayments, and they actually had it, and it was to living people. So that's a good thing. In the month of January, the Social Security Department, perhaps fearing what Donald Trump was going to do, clawed back $31 million that went to dead people. Even if it's only $31 million, as opposed to historic level fraud that Elon Musk claims, it's still a hell of a lot of money being wasted because they can't keep a database up to speed. Here's Elon Musk describing why this is so important for the American public to let the Trump administration do.
The overall goal is to try to get $1 trillion out of the deficit. And if the deficit is not brought under control, America will go bankrupt. This is a very important thing for people to understand. A country is no different from an individual in that if an individual overspends, an individual can go bankrupt, and so can a country. And the massive waste, fraud, and abuse that has been going on, which is leading to a $2 trillion a year deficit. That's what the president was handed on January 20th, a $2 trillion deficit. It's insane.
Well, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, and just adding to some of what the president said, and Gary, you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a long post. He says about Zelensky, a dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia. Senator Heitkamp, this is, that Gary was talking about, this has kind of been on the increase in the last couple of days, but these last 24 hours, it seems as though President Trump is, drawing a line against Zelensky.
Well, he's definitely ratcheting up the rhetoric. The question is whether that rhetoric is bluster or whether it's for real. Let's admit it, this relationship has not been good from the very beginning when Zelensky refused to play ball on the Biden investigation. And so, Donald Trump is somewhat on a revenge tour. Let's just all admit that. And so has very little or no respect for someone who has really led his country and been the moral fiber of his country for the last 4 years. I think the real question is, when does Congress engage? When do they step back and say, we're all with Ukraine, you need to step back, we need to be standing with our allies in Europe, and we need to be standing with Ukraine and Western democracy? And I don't think that's going to happen. So let's see how that plays out up on the Hill.
Yeah, I mean, Senator, foreign policy is a purview of the executive, and in this case, this is, this conversation that's going on in Riyadh yesterday between the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Russia, which Ukraine wasn't even invited to participate in, and then Zelensky later said he was not going to be going to Riyadh for at least the next month. It just seems as though, Senator, I just don't know what Congress's role could be.
Well, I mean, you have the power of the purse, and certainly there was broad support for providing assistance and help for Ukraine, and I think that Zelensky understands that may not be forthcoming given the president's willingness to basically ignore appropriations, and so the question now becomes, what does Europe do? And I think the wake-up call came last week at the Munich conference. We'll see if Europe is willing to stand with Zelensky and Western democracy. And I think Trump cannot negotiate this alone without, if Europe stands up, he can't negotiate it alone without Europe and without Ukraine.
Carlos, I mean, no doubt Congress has the power of the purse, but in this case, how do you see this?
Well, Jose, I agree with Senator Heitkamp that this could put a strain on the president's relationship with congressional Republicans. There are bipartisan majorities in both houses that support Ukraine, and while certainly the executive conducts foreign policy, Congress funds it, and in the Senate, 4 Republicans get together, and they have leverage. In the House, 2 Republicans can get together right now, and they have leverage. The president has a very aggressive, ambitious agenda for the Republican Congress, so some of these members can stand up and say, hold on a second, if we're going to do all of this, we need your cooperation here. We want you to be perhaps a little more supportive of Ukraine. Of course, the great irony in what you read also is that the dictator in all of this is Vladimir Putin, who hasn't held legitimate elections in a very long time.
Yeah, and I'm just, going forward to the senator's point, Carlos, where the responsibility of Congress, and we just established that, but then Europe, which is, I guess, looks like it's being sidelined every day. This conference that they had in Paris, it really didn't get to much. Is there a new access of influence in the world?
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has just announced plans for a new high-speed rail line. This project is called Alto. The trains will connect Quebec City and Toronto with stops in Trois-Rivières, Laval, Montreal, Ottawa, and Peterborough. They will reach speeds of 300 kilometers an hour, and there will be 3 phases to the project. And the first one will cost $3.9 billion. Trudeau calls it, quote, a nation-building project.
A reliable, efficient, high-speed rail network will be a game changer for Canadians, slashing travel times by half, getting you from Toronto to Montreal in 3 hours. It'll stimulate our economy, strengthen the bonds between cities and our 2 most populous provinces, and reduce costs for businesses while improving their productivity and competitiveness.
And the CBC's Janice McGregor was listening into that announcement. She joins us now from the nation's capital. Hey, Janice. So a high-speed rail line going from Toronto to Quebec City has actually been discussed for years. Tell us a little bit more about this latest announcement and why it's happening now.
And we've known since October that the Trudeau government did intend to proceed with a high-speed rail a plan, as opposed to high-frequency rail, which was something they considered, trains that would just run more often at a slightly lower speed on a different route than the train system that we have in Canada at this moment. They are going all the way with the high-speed option. They are doing this in the form of a public-private partnership, a PPP. We learned today that they have not signed the contract for this yet, but apparently depending on who was talking, within days or within weeks here. The timing on that politically is kind of interesting, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But the winning bidder, and there was a process here where three major groups kind of shortlisted for this. They had to, by the end of the summer or midsummer, I believe, submit different options. The government has now gone with the Cadence proposal. That is the group that was working with a partner affiliated with high-speed rail in France, also the company that sort of the previous SNC Lavalin. Also interesting about this bid, this consortium that was picked has involvement with Air Canada, which raised some eyebrows, given that if we eventually do have an efficient high-speed rail system in this country, that would presumably eat Air Canada's lunch in terms of its short-haul flights. But Air Canada involved in this bid would have a line of sight on exactly kind of how the rail competitor for its business would be unfolding. The timelines for this are very important. What we heard was that this next phase, this development phase, is going to be for the next 4 to 5 years or so. So for people eager to kind of ride a train like this in the near future, that will not be happening. 4 or 5 years of development puts us into the 2030s, and then you start building the thing. Some 1,000 kilometers of what they say will be an electrified train track, but one that they believe will be beneficial to Canada's economy, improve productivity, and of course address long-standing issues with rail and transportation infrastructure generally in this country. Here is the Transport Minister, Anita Anand.
The Toronto to Quebec City corridor is a cornerstone of Canada's economic development. Nearly half of our nation's population lives here, and the existing transportation network has not kept pace with our historic population and economic growth. We expect to lay approximately 1,000 kilometers of dedicated track, allowing much faster travel times.
So, of course, the intention here is to address a climate challenge. Obviously, if it is electrified, this new system that is better for emissions than car travel or plane travel. But also some technological issues will remain to be addressed. If you have followed, for example, the LRT saga in Ottawa, you know that electric trains in Canadian weather conditions, be it ice, snow, or extreme heat, that's going to be challenging engineering-wise. Also, we don't have a final route. They have given us cities, but not exact kind of paths. There will be consultations, not just with private landowners, but with First Nations, going north of Toronto up through Peterborough. That would be making, not necessarily, there is a railway line there, but certainly this would be bigger, wider. Would it exactly go in the current land? It's not clear. Different First Nations would need to be consulted, a lot of environmental regulatory hurdles to be addressed over the next few years. And historically, Canada has struggled to do these.
We have some breaking news we wanted to take you out to, as we are hearing from President Donald Trump releasing a statement on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He posted to his Truth Social account, and this is a pretty lengthy quote, so we are going to pull it up. 2 pieces at a time. So let's start with this. He is saying this again on the Ukrainian president, saying, quote, "Think of it, a modestly successful comedian."
We have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to Elon Musk. President Musk will be attending a cabinet meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. And I say, it's just so obvious. They're so bad at it. I used to think they were good at it. They're actually bad at it.
Donald Trump, Doge in the eye of the storm. Elon and Trump push back, and we should all be cheering. However, the speed in which things are happening is perhaps why some good people and loyal supporters are losing their jobs. So I think a lot of Trump supporters are a little chagrined by that, but they are moving in the right direction. Why? We got a $6.7 trillion budget and about $4.5 trillion worth of revenue. That's a little bit off. Brett Baer joins us now, who's not off. He was working hard with the Treasury Secretary yesterday. in that ornate building, if I use your term, Brett. Welcome back.
Thanks, Brett.
First off, here is Scott Bessent defending Doge with you at 14.
The American taxpayers don't have to be concerned about any of this. Your Treasury, the two people, they had read-only access to the systems, and they remodeled the system. They have no ability to touch anything. They have no ability to make any changes. There are very strict guardrails around them.
Right, and that is the problem. A lot of people aren't comfortable with some of the Elon Musk people.
I don't miss. You should know that by now. Throwing incendiary.
48-year-old Milton Urquiles was sentenced to 5 years in prison by Justice Mary Valley before being led away in handcuffs. Urquiles was convicted in July of criminal negligence causing the death of 53-year-old Denny Garon, a dump truck driver who worked for him the day the truck he was driving blew a tire and crashed into a ditch, killing him instantly. Urquiles, who admitted to being Garon's supervisor, was found to have ignored Garon's concerns about an issue with the dump truck steering the night prior to the crash. Urquiles testified he checked the truck's steering and blamed the crash on driver error. Justice Valley, in delivering her sentencing decision, said Urquiles bears a high degree of moral culpability for this grave offense, saying if the truck was taken to a mechanic, it would not have been on the road that day, and the collision would not have happened. Garon was killed before noon September 22nd, 2020, when his dump truck left the road along the Attilato-Toronto-Tecumseh town line. The truck...
It's a fundamental principle for Canada and for the vast majority of our allies that nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Ukrainians have been fighting and dying not just to protect their sovereignty, their territorial integrity. They're also fighting to protect the rules-based order that keeps us all safe around the world, and has for close to 80 years now. This period of peace, stability, prosperity for the world happens because we had rules around borders, around non-invading the neighbors, that Russia chose deliberately to violate a number of years ago. And that puts at risk not just Ukrainians' ability to determine their own future, it puts at risk all of our democracies, all of the rules that keep us safe and prosperous. That is why Canada and our allies are unequivocal on standing up against Vladimir Putin's illegal, immoral, unjust violations of the international order, and why I'm looking forward to sitting down with my European partners in a couple of hours to talk about how we will continue to stand unequivocally in defense of Ukraine, but also in defense of the rules that keep us all safe.
I think the person who currently occupies the White House has no business being there and is making a chaotic mess of our country. It's just ridiculous that these things are going unchecked.
Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go!
He bought a mattress today, no judgment, but that is how thousands of our fellow Americans decided to spend their day today. It is what is being called the Not My President's Day protests. They are protesting in Portland, Oregon, in Vancouver, Washington, in Orlando, in Arizona, in Utah, in West Virginia, holding signs that say, "No kings, where law ends, tyranny begins." In Houston, chanting, "No one voted for Elon Musk." Organizers say the protests are in response to, quote, the anti-democratic and illegal actions of the Trump administration, including what can only be described at this point as a purge across multiple government institutions.
What are you doing? Stop, Aslan! Aslan!
USAID, which provides humanitarian aid all around the globe, and the Department of Education, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, which, in plain English, they're the people who protect us from the next bird flu, or the one that's here now. But as the Trump administration is learning, when you use a blunt instrument instead of a scalpel or a budget plan to suddenly and abruptly shrink government agencies, you end up kneecapping the things that are actually essential to American life and Americans and their family safety and families' money. You take a blowtorch to all American institutions, as the Trump administration is doing. People tend to rise up and protest. The other thing that happens, well, stuff usually backfires. Like how it backfired when the Trump administration fired nuclear safety workers whose agency oversees the nation's nuclear stockpile. And then after firing them, thought, uh-oh, maybe we need those guys. They are now trying to unfire them, but they can't because they're struggling to find them because they didn't have their new contact information. Or the decision to fire hundreds of FAA employees just as that agency is reeling after the deadly collision at Reagan National Airport less than 1 month ago. Air safety, nuclear weapons, there's the tippy top of things that all Americans, regardless of their ideological leanings, want their government to get right. They don't want to think about those things or worry about those things. Another thing at the top of the list for most humans, keeping our most personal financial information safe, which is why what's happening at the IRS with our personal information, potentially banking information, is sounding so many alarms for so many people. Not only has the Trump administration identified 15,000 employees for possible termination, but now the Washington Post is reporting Elon Musk's Doge team is seeking access to, quote, a heavily guarded IRS system that includes detailed financial information about every taxpayer, business, and nonprofit in the country, sparking alarm within the tax agency. Quote, under pressure from the White House, the IRS is considering a memorandum of understanding that will give officials from Doge, broad access to tax agency systems, property, and data sets. Again, nuclear warheads, air travel safety for everybody getting on a plane, all of our most personal financial information. That's what they have their hands in today. Let's bring in some of our favorite reporters and friends. The president of Media Matters for America, Angelo Carasone, is back. Also joining us, Washington Post national investigative correspondent Carol Leonnig is back, and the publisher of the Bulwark, host of the Focus Group podcast, political strategist Sarah Longwell is back. Carol, the Post has some extraordinary reporting and really is the home paper for many of the federal workers who are impacted. This is well beyond sort of where the rhetoric meets the audacity of Trumpism in terms of slashing and shrinking the federal workforce. This is dismantling things that have never been touched because there's no appetite among the public for dismantling them.
So right, Nicole. I really do have to give a shout out to the team at the Washington Post that has been drinking from this fire hose. And just an unbelievable funnel every day of tips and information and leads and indicating a host of agencies all weekend long under assault. Interesting President's Weekend for a bunch of people to be notified that they are likely going to be fired, or they are, or to have their laptops turned off and their email access severed. But it is an endless barrage for those federal employees. And before we start to get out the violins about civil servants and how distressing this is for people's lives, we do have to think about the public. Every single agency you mentioned touches somebody's life. I've seen farmers taking to social media in a way that they've never before, complaining that this blunt instrument basically denied them their access to a conservation agent who has helped them for decades with their farming and with their finances. And now they are, out of luck. I have seen a host of people complaining about whether or not they're going to get on a regional jet because they have close friends who've been terminated, whose job is making sure that equipment and safety is paramount, and certainly at every airport, but especially in busy airports. And now people are wondering, is that going to be safe? You know, there's a more subtle thing, Nicole, that you and I have talked a lot about. The more subtle is the rule of law. You know, countries that get rid of and frighten all of their career public servants at the Department of Justice and the FBI who investigate corruption and bribery essentially end up with a country where bribery and corruption rules. And that's a big worry for a lot of the people that I talk to as well. There's so much here, and the access to the IRS information is of course worrisome because it's not a national security matter. The DOJ folks have said they have all the appropriate security clearances. This is information that you only get to access if you have an operational and really workforce reason to have access to it. And
It just shows you what can happen here if you don't have the right laws. Because people like that kid, Justin, they pretend
You got
that
their first name basis.
yeah, that sucker.
Rogan talks about government corruption here in Canada and how Justin Trudeau is an absolute bonehead for basically censoring just Canadian news, the internet, and a couple other things. You also have some Conservative MPs have returned to Parliament for a press conference to just talk about how Mark Carney, carbon tax Carney, is not good for Canada. He's committing ethics violations, and we have to get to the bottom of that. And we're going to start things off with Melanie Jolie. That's Canada's massive LARPer, live action role player, who always wears these like World War II or old school fatigues, and she just pretends that she's living in a movie. It's super bizarre. I don't like her, if that wasn't clear enough. So let's just jump right into it. But before we do, I do want to encourage y'all to like button and subscribe if you haven't already. It does really help grow the channel. So let's take a look here at Melanie Jolie. She says that Canadians are interested in being involved in Ukraine's security after war. No. I don't speak for Canadians. I don't think she speaks for Canadians, but I'm going to speak on behalf of all of us and say that we don't want that. We don't want to inherit their problems. That's not really our fight. That's right next to Russia, and we have other things to worry about. But correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe there's some of you down in the comments are like, no, absolutely, Mr. Sunshine. We for sure have to inherit all of Ukraine's problems and defend them even after there's peace. I don't agree with it at all, but she's on her last little vacation right now. She's over, I think, in Brussels. She gives this press conference, and she is asked questions by reporters on. She's asked questions by reporters on what's going on between Russia and Ukraine and Canada's involvement in a couple other things. So let's take a look.
Strategy is going to be released this week, but they say it doesn't have a significant spending because of prorogation. And I'm wondering if you could confirm whether the strategy is being released this week and how the funding will compare with the Indo-Pacific strategy, which had $2.3 billion.
First and foremost, when we will be launching the African strategy, you will be the first one to know. And so that will be the first part of my answer. Second,
Brother, they gave Canada, our government has given $4 billion with a B to Africa in the past 5 years. I haven't been to Africa, but I don't think I've noticed any substantial increase in quality of life in Africa. And why the hell are we sending so much money to Africa? Are you sending us money? Why are we sending $4 billion smackaroos to freaking Africa? That's mental.
part of my answer would be when it comes to Africa, we've been investing more than $4 billion in Africa over the last 5 years. Canada is present and will continue to be present. And
no, I don't consent to that. That's insane. We're saying yes, let's spend more in Africa. For what? What's our return on investment? Are we getting free cacao beans or something? Is that from Africa? What's all we getting from Africa, man? $4 billion that could solve homelessness here in Canada. Like, what the heck? What's wrong with these people? They're mentally deranged. so much money. Canada is this peacekeeping country, but we've also been this doormat for every other country that shows up. All these solicitors come knocking. Maybe they do, maybe they don't come knocking, or just giving money away to every country that apparently asks for it or doesn't ask for it. I don't understand it. I don't like it.
And contrary to certain countries, we believe that international aid is important and will continue to invest in it.
And Minister, I'd like to ask about the negotiations with the European Union for a defense and security agreement. I understand that the negotiations are still underway, but I'm wondering about the focus of the agreement and the status of the talks. The EU deal with Norway was mostly about undersea cables. The one with Japan was about naval drills. So what's the focus of a possible EU security deal with Canada, and what are the timelines for those negotiations?
So, of course, I've had the chance to talk a lot about increasing our defense and security cooperation with European partners. We do that through NATO, and that's really important, and that's why the focus.
Pat King, one of the organizers of the 2022 Freedom Convoy protest in Ottawa, has been sentenced in an Ottawa court today. King has been sentenced to 3 months of house arrest and 12 months probation following that. The Crown had been seeking 10 years, the maximum sentence, after Superior Court Justice Charles Hackman found King guilty.
actually look better.
Extraction is ready when you are, Alpha.
I won't miss you, perro gigante.
Bonus points.
I'm not trying to make everyone else look bad. It just happened.
Guess that one was done using its body.
I'm brand new, but better.
Dr. Pelletier. My favorite egghead. Not just book smart, but street smart.
Did everybody see that? Please, follow that.
available for exfil.
Well, this tastes like nitroglycerin? They blow up real good, don't they?
Max ammo. Exfil window missed. We'll advise when it reopens. Nashville window is opening.
Fresh baked murder. Que rico. So this is what I've come to? Begging a fucking box?
Chopper gun in operations above.
Max ammo.
We are so close to recovering the Sentinel artifact. It should be somewhere in that excavation site. Remember, the artifact is our only hope of bringing Nexus back from the dark ether.
That's right, lads. Put your backs into it. Our quarry lies beyond the so-called door to nowhere, which I'll admit does sound fairly strange. As sure as my name's Sir Archibald Thornton Smythe, a shiny Headley to the lucky fighter who finds that door first!
That transmission emanated from the obscure Saltilium. I believe the amulet somehow channeled an echo from the past.
I don't miss. You should know that by now. Max armor.
political backing are essentially gone. There can be no trust. Risk going forward.
And that's what we're going to be watching for throughout the day to see if any Republicans, especially the Republican senators and House members who have privately told anybody who will listen, whether they mute at conference or whether in Washington, D.C., how strongly they support Ukraine, how they see Ukraine rightfully as victims of Putin's invasion. Ambassador McFaul, of course, even the Biden administration was looking at the possibility of talks with Russia. CIA director did shuttle diplomacy time and again, going to Russia, trying to figure out a way to get peace talks started where we weren't negotiating.
The administration announced a list of drug cartels that they designate as foreign terrorist organizations, including Trinidad. The president revealed what this designation could mean.
The cartels are now perceived as foreign terror organizations. When you think about ordering U.S. special forces into Mexico, does it happen?
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
That's a hint. Cochise County, Arizona Sheriff Mark Daniels joining us now. Right, Sheriff? They're terrorist organizations. Are we going to go after them militarily, as the president suggested we might?
Oh, I think so. Good morning, Stu. I think there's a very high chance of that. You know, these cartels it's way overdue. Why we haven't gone after them and made them a focal point, it amazes me. And I'll say this, you think about what they're doing. They're killing Americans every day with fentanyl. I'm talking, I think 100,000 Americans die every year of fentanyl, and they're the main producers of that. You look at the exploiting of children, the death, the gangs, you name it. These cartels are a threat to this country. We need to go after them. I think President Trump's right on target by doing it.
But do you think that the government, the authorities in Mexico, would okay American military attacks inside Mexico on the cartels? Do you think the Mexican government would go for that?
I'm not saying they're going to be happy with it, but I'll say they need to do it, and that they need the partnership. Let's be real. One of the things we say down here is the cartels and corruption there in Mexico is like a cold form of government to their government. There are great people who live in Mexico, but this cartel down there is a threat to them as much as it is to America. It's to their best interest they work with this country, and let's get rid of them.
On that note, so Mexico has announced that they just seized 400 pounds of meth in the cartel heartland of Sinaloa. They also confiscated 3,000 gallons of chemicals used to make that kind of drug. That's $40 million worth of meth. You think Mexico did this because they're feeling pressure from Trump?
Oh, definitely, Stu. There's no doubt about it. And they're doing the job they need to do. That is stop it in their own country, in their own.
Do you know the symptoms of the measles? According to the CDC, it takes 7 to 14 days for any symptoms to show. But then this happens. First, there is a fever, and that could spike to more than 104 degrees. A cough, usually, runny nose, red, watery eyes. Then people with measles can expect tiny white spots inside the mouth 2 to 3 days after the initial symptoms begin. And then what's called the measles rash. It begins with flat red spots on your face at the hairline that spread down the neck, the chest, to your trunk. And when you have measles, those spots can become joined together as they spread from your head all over your body. When that rash appears, your fever can spike to much higher than 104 degrees. We share this information again from the CDC as a public service because our nation's public health agencies and their employees are the latest target of Donald Trump's purge of the federal workforce, and the timing couldn't be more potentially catastrophic. There is a measles outbreak right now, spreading unchecked in communities in our country with low vaccination rates. The person in charge of handling this measles outbreak, as well as the bird flu and anything else that wallops our nation's citizens and health system, is right now Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's a person known the world over, not just for his famous last name, but as an active anti-vaccine conspiracy theorist. He was called a predator by an equally famous member of his own family. And breaking over the weekend, mass firings in the thousands all across the Department of Health and Human Services. The Washington Post is reporting that some employees are calling it a, quote, Valentine's Day massacre. From that reporting, quote, at the FDA, hundreds of staffers received termination notices. Those terminated in the food program were working on nutrition, infant formula, and food safety response, as well as 10 staff members who were charged with reviewing potentially unsafe chemicals in the nation's food supply. At NIH, between 1,000 and 1,200 people received letters as of Sunday afternoon. And at the CDC, senior leaders were informed Friday that 1,269 people, nearly 10% of the agency staff, would receive termination notices. But Friday evening, CDC was sent a smaller list with 750 names. Now, according to the New York Times, quote, the CDC's Epidemic Intelligence Service, the disease detectives who track outbreaks all around the world, has apparently
says they raised questions over mismanagement and signs of potential fraud. Fox Business, Hillary Vaughn's on that story today. What you find out, Hillary? Hello to you.
Good morning, Bill. Well, Social Security has a dead people problem, and DOGE is trying to fix it. An inspector general in 2023 found that the Social Security Administration did not have a death date for 18.9 million people born before 1920. The Social Security Administration says almost none of these 18 million dead people still alive in the database are getting benefits, but the inspector general says that because Social Security has not identified them as dead, other agencies who rely on their death master file could be making erroneous payments to these people. One agency that relies on Social Security death data is the Treasury. Improper payments across agencies is a huge problem. The Government Accountability Office says in 2023 there were more than $236 billion in improper payments made to people, including people that are dead.
When I saw the Social Security numbers, I said, wow, that's really something. So we have, let's just go from 100 years old, we have millions and millions of people. How many of them are getting paid Social Security? Because that's the case, it's a massive problem.
Democrats, though, are not cheering the changes. Instead, they fear that fraud hunters at DOGE might leak your personal information.
There were thousands of people, and seniors came up to me and said point blank, Ron, what in the hell is going on back there with Social Security? If you have one of these 22-year-olds who mishandles somebody's Social Security information, it gets out, that's going to be the mother of all identity thefts.
Bill, there's also a chance that taxpayers could see some of these savings. Elon Musk says he wants to talk to President Trump about a potential DOGE dividend, which would give taxpayers a check from some of the savings that DOGE has found. Bill?
That'd be a story. We put that check on the air. Thank you, Hillary. Nice to see you. Live on the Hill, Hillary.
We are learning new details in the bizarre story of a cult allegedly linked to the killing of a U.S. Border Patrol agent, David May. On Sunday, Maryland State Police arrested 3 alleged members of the group known as Zizian. Among them, the alleged leader, who was ordered held without bond by a Maryland court yesterday. They joined 2 already in custody. The Zizians, just so you know, have been tied to 6 killings across 3 states. So one of those was the U.S. Border Patrol agent, Malin. He died on Inauguration Day, January 20th, near the Canadian border in Vermont. The 2 others who were killed were alleged members of the cult. National correspondent Griff Jenkins has more. And so, Griff, this will be the first time many of us will hear of Zizians, but apparently the feds have been watching them for a while.
Harris, this has all the makings of a Netflix cult docudrama. These Zizians appear to be a group of mostly scientists who met online, united in their beliefs, radical veganism, and violence. 3 members of the cult you mentioned arrested on charges of trespassing in an unprotected, very remote area of Maryland. It included the alleged leader. 34-minute graphic photo on the left side of your screen, goes by the name Diz. 2 other members as well. Allegheny County Sheriff says he has no idea why they were there.
8 different names, which is a telltale sign they're trying to hide something. So that's why I believe the officers checked a little further, started running some more checks. The only thing that I'm curious about is why they chose this particular area to try to camp out at. And we're still developing that.
The Zizians are tied, as you mentioned, to at least 6 murders spanning the country. 3 states, California, Pennsylvania, and Vermont, including the deaths of a landlord in 2022, a homeless couple in Pennsylvania, and of course, Border Patrol agent Malin in Vermont last month, just 20 miles east of the border. But little is known about the group or its motives, Harris. Independent journalist Andy No has been tracking them for a while.
That they're accused of as being demanding, you could say, elderly couple that were killed in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, shot execution style in their homes on New Year's Eve a couple
couple of years ago. The FBI dropped the ball on this because the killings go back to 2022.
But that last point here is these three in Maryland, including the leader that's being held, the FBI, according to Maryland officials, have gotten very involved in this case, trying to put the pieces together.
Yeah, I think it's so important what President Trump is doing now because he is focusing on the southern border, but often we'll hear him mention the northern border too. And we know that the numbers have started to tick up during the Biden latter part of the administration. So there's work to do in the north, which is why the president had all those conversations with Canada and even a month ago said that, hey, your option is to become the 53rd state of the United States. It was very Republican.
We're hearing tonight a warning for several hundred FAA employees dying. Unquote, I'm scared to death, and the American public should be scared too, is what we're hearing from Charlie Statlander, who says he's working on a FAA defense program in Hawaii to detect unconventional missiles. He thought his job would be spared because it focused on national security. But on Friday, along with hundreds of other FAA probationary employees, he was fired, and Charlie joins me now. And thank you for being here. It's great to have you. Because obviously, this warning, you say that the American public should be scared by your firing, and the hundreds of your FAA colleagues as well. Why is that?
Hey, Caitlin, thank you so much for having me on tonight, and thank you for giving me the platform to tell my story. I wish I was here under different circumstances, but alas, here we are. So, I do think the American public does need to be concerned about, not only my firing, but also the firing of so many public safety, national security professionals at the FAA and, within the Department of Transportation, but, writ large also throughout the federal government. And I gave that quote about being scared to death because, while I can't talk about the specifics of the project I worked on and what all I was doing, what I can tell you is that the FAA National Defense Program that I was a part of and was incredibly proud to work for the mission, to accomplish the mission of, has an incredibly important national security role, and I was working on incredibly important national security work. And by being summarily fired without any warning, actually while I was in the process of working, I think that is detrimental to national security.
You were at work when you got fired?
I was. I had actually just returned from a work trip in one of our Air Force bases, and I was working the night, which again is, I think, further evidence that I'm just proud of hundreds of thousands of federal employees who work way more than 40 hours. And it goes to show that the rumors that are being spread by the administration and Doge that federal workers are just leached on the government and are incorrect. But with that said, I just returned from a briefing. I had another one scheduled actually for today. I was working late into the night at home to get my notes and my thoughts down so that I could prepare and share with my boss and other folks in my branch before I actually went to my division this week.
Well, and Charlie, I just wonder what you say about this, given you talk about this defense radar system that you were working on. I know you can't go into the details of that, but the White House defended these cuts by saying no air traffic controllers nor police professionals who contain safety critical content were terminated. Is that accurate from what you know?
So again, I was in the FAA National Defense Program, so I don't really have any knowledge on the air traffic controller side of that. But I can tell you the second part of that regarding public safety or critical public safety from my perspective and the work I was doing.
Great powers of the world dominate the international system, and they constantly engage in security competition with each other, which sometimes leads to war. What's going to be now from Chicago is John. We have Lavrov praising Donald Trump for policies. Donald Trump what's your perspective on where we are at and this newfound US-Russia relationship, burgeoning relationship, rapprochement?
There's been a fundamental change in American policy going
God, it would take Brownsville. Brownsville.
like the Biden administration, are operating to a different planet than the one that the Trump administration is operating on. And where all this leads doesn't appear to be good.
You could argue that the Biden approach wasn't working, that the conflict continues nearly 3 years in, and we were well aware that Donald Trump was anxious to see an end to this war. In fact, he said he could finish it in the first 24 hours of his presidency. That clearly hasn't happened. But his U.S. envoy to Ukraine and Russia, Kip Kellogg, is in Kyiv today. This is what he said when he arrived in Kyiv. Have a listen.
We understand the need for security guarantees. It's very clear to us the course of sovereignty of this nation and the defense of this nation as well. And we're going to, part of my mission is to sit and listen and say, okay, what are your concerns? Where are we at? So we can go back to the United States, talk to President Trump, and with Secretary Rubio and the rest of the team, and just ensure that we get this one right.